You're listening to Ernestly Speaking, the only weekly podcast that covers friends, foes, and anything that goes. And now, for your badass host, Ernest Owens. And we're back with another episode of Ernestly Speaking with your host, Ernest Owens, myself. Happy summer. It's officially summer. It's the summer solstice. It has officially arrived. We don't have to now do, the hood holiday calendar, even though for me, summer starts Memorial Day. But for all those nitpickers that are like very big on, customs and calendars, it is officially summer. We've arrived very quickly, I must add. It feels like we're going through these seasons. Like I think I was finally, taking in spring, even though we were robbed most of the spring with all these cold fronts and in between weather. But it is definitely summer. Summer is summering. It is hot, hot, hot. The weather is weathering. There has been so far no major like cold fronts and things. I mean, I think it is really summer outside. Like I got the sunscreen on. I'm doing it. And some people say, well, you should have sunscreen on all the time. This is true. But I don't really go outside often. Like I'm outside, but I'm not like outside. That makes sense. Like this past weekend, this might have been the longest stint that I've been like outdoors under the sun for extended periods of time, back to back to back to back to back. For those who know me, I'm all about skincare and I don't mind going outside, but sun exposure in me, and it's not even about tanning anything like that, but I'm very well versed on sun rays and things. And even if you do sunscreen, which I recommend, everyone should be putting sunscreen on in some type of way, shape, or form. I'm just never one of those type of people that's like, oh, let's go to the beach for like hours on this. So I summer, gets most of my sun exposure, but like I love to be under the shade. Not necessarily throwing shade, allegedly, but I'm kind of like, put me under some shade, or I'm outside when the sun is down. Like I love a cute nightlife. Oh, listen, nighttime, outdoors, night. Oh yes, walking the streets at night. Not like a street walker. Okay, don't y'all start. But street walker. A lot of people don't know what that is. Well, my listeners, I don't know. Some people might say, "What is that?" But my Gen Xers and Boomers know. Some of my own millennials might know too if they're old at heart like myself. But I love a patio, nighttime energy, sunset. Oh yeah, because anytime between 11 and 2 p.m., 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., me in the sun. Mm-mm. I mean, I did a lot of that this weekend, but no, I'm al fresco dining with a what do we have a big huge umbrella or something, a tent or something? Sure. But just direct sunlight between 11 to 2 on any day, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. No. And there's a reason for that. Scientifically, that is where sun rays are their most violent. Okay. Normally after 2 p.m., preferably after 4, you begin to see the rays reduce. For me, my sweet spot of coming outside most of the time is happy hour after 5. Get those rays out of here. I mean, you got some sunlight, it can be bright, right? But that heavy, And the reason why I know so much about this is because I grew up in Houston, and anybody who know about the Houston heat, baby, I used to spend summers in Houston and Arkansas, Marion, Arkansas, and it would be so hot. I mean, the humidity. See, the heat, Philly talks about heat. There are moments when Philly can get a little hot, but there is something about that Texas heat. because you are in situations where it's just straight dry heat, or you got that humidity where they say it's this temperature, but what it feel like is different. Where it is so hot that you get that clear thing, right? That those clear, like where you look like it's almost like a mirage. That type of level of heat. Philly, it's okay. Like y'all don't want that. We don't even need to do a comparison. Just trust me on this one. It is a clearness that happens, like a peripheral, that you see in the heat. The heat creates this like, clear, view. And I'm like, what is that, right? And it's this like thing. And heat does it. It's like people talk about it like an evaporation, um, but it can alter perception. It's wavy. It's a lot. You can feel it. It's like road heat mirages. It's a heat dome, whatever you want to call it, but it's wild. And like I said, it would get so hot. I remember it was like one time it was really hot that I just, because I was such a badass, I got an egg when I was very little and cracked it on this like asphalt, like on this like road. And it was like a gravel, it was like a big black, like they don't make roads like that anymore. I mean, I guess, but like the real highway type of road. It was black and it was shiny. And I cracked this egg on the edge, like on this road. And I swear to this day, I felt like it was like bubbling a little bit on it. Like I felt like I was cooking an egg. It wasn't fully white, but I felt like I saw a little bit of bubble. And I said, oh, this is hot. It is hot as hell. It was hot. And I did not have any sunscreen on. I was so little, I didn't even, but I ran outside. I mean, those were the summers. And so at my age, uh-uh. Mm-mm. No, 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 no. I will keep this ass in the house or I will keep it under a tent. I'm not playing out here. People love to talk about, oh, I love to go tanning. Tanning? Listen, I got enough melanin. I am good. But I know that for my melanin deficient listeners, folks like to go out and tan. So it's a lot. Um, it's a lot to consider. But all I'm saying is be smart out here. Be smart. But yeah, summer is here. Summer is here. And I've been outside. I mean, Juneteenth, I celebrated in Baltimore. Let me just say this. I'm going to keep saying this. And again, this is coming back to origins. Like I said, I grew up in Houston. I grew up, near Galveston, the origins of Juneteenth. And I'm going to say this. And this is my big, I'm going to pick on this. One pet peeve when it comes to holidays. And I'm one of those people where look, you all know on this podcast, I have a hood holiday calendar. I start summer, Memorial Day. I start fall, Labor Day. Like, so y'all know I'm not big on customs and all the things, but I do feel some type of way about Juneteenth. I take Juneteenth differently because it's one of the few Black American holidays that we in this country have. And I, know other people within the diaspora, or diaspora, however you want to pronounce it today. They take their custom seriously. Those who know what October 1st is, right? Nigerian Independence Day, right? The flag is green and white. They take that seriously. Haitian Independence Day, like other, individuals within the diaspora, the Black diaspora, the African diaspora, they take their holiday seriously. They take the rituals, the customs. Black Americans, I'm a Black American descendant of slavery. Like my family, looking through my bloodline, they came here. We can trace it back. It is a part of my blood. I have no shame. Some people have like there's people who have within the diaspora will have these conversations about, oh, I'm Ethiopian, I'm Eritrean, my people came, never endured slavery. Okay, that's great. That's wonderful. That's great for you. I have no shame that my family were descendant. We descended from enslaved people. They were resilient people. They built this country. They navigated through all types of strife to build something that now gives me the ability to do what I do, how I do it, in spite of all the bullshit. But like, to have this, I take pride in. I take pride in the resilience, the strength, the compassion, the grace of my lineage, and the fact that they built something that has been able to endure through decades upon decades to where they can see my ancestors. I am an embodiment of that. So I don't have this type of shame around that. Where I'm from, the origins of where I'm from, I don't, um, personally. But that being said, for those people who have walked around using phrases like subcertitude, that's not from America, but like to play American civil rights heroes. Anybody who listened to that idiot actor, David Oyelowo, who played MLK, but is, you know, Nigerian, I believe, but played Martin Luther King Jr. in a film, and has played in various civil rights themed films like The Butler and other films, and made a mockery of what accent he defined as like a Southern accent, a Black Southern accent. This man has played various like Black American heroes, and did this interview talking about, a certain type of like how he would define Black Southern, you know, accents, and saying a little bit of certain, like if it's mocking slavery. It was just so tone deaf. He apologized, but it was just cringe. But it just showed us how he really felt. And it's like, well, I could go into the whole thing about Black British actors who play civil rights characters and how there's a history, right? You got Daniel Kaluuya, who played Fred Hammond. Look, Daniel Kaluuya, great actor, cute, but like, there's something to be said for this like consistency. And this is a pattern. Like a lot of Black, like Nigerian, British actors, Cynthia Erivo and her anti-Black comments, we ain't forgot it, but then she later turned around and plays Harriet Tubman. Like there's an interesting conversation to be had about that. I'm not gonna go deep into all that right now, but there is a lot to be said for it. And yeah, my inner cinephile went off when I heard him say this. But that being said, as a Black American, as someone whose family descended from enslaved people in this country, Juneteenth, because I grew up celebrating Juneteenth and was fortunate and privileged to celebrate it in its traditions and its origins, the colors of Juneteenth are red, white, and blue. Those are the colors. It's not gold, it's not red, it's not green, it's not black, it's not Pan-African colors. When I see people who taunt this sense of, I don't like to use the word woke, but we'll use it here, wokeness, and this level of like Afrocentric ideology and, pride. And they talk about how much they know history and they know these things. But for whatever reason, these people drop the ball on Juneteenth. Like somehow they can tell you about Marcus Garvey. They can talk about the Great Migration. They can talk about all these things. But when it comes to Juneteenth, somehow we just do not appreciate or respect the customs of Juneteenth. It's like we just reimagine it. And listen, I don't even like this word gatekeeper has been misused 5,000 times. And I just want to say to the people that use the word gatekeeping and use it so wrong and just have jumped on this trend, you cannot gatekeep something that does not belong to you. I repeat, you cannot gatekeep something that does not belong to you. Just want to just put that out there. Think about that. You can't gatekeep something that does not belong to you. Now, what are you trying to say? You know, the word Smith in me, the etymologist in me that is all about words and meanings and things. I think a lot of people, and I'm going to a whole nother conversation, but I guess since we're talking about Freedom Day, gatekeeping, all this is in themed, right? But I'm going to go into a sidebar about this. So people use this term gatekeeping a lot. And what annoys me is that the way in which people talk about gatekeeping, I know what they're really trying to say, but they've used this word as a catch-all for this phenomenon. So gatekeeping is when you have something that you actually possess and you own, and you're restricting people from accessing it for various reasons. It could be, one, because it's your shit and you want it to be yours. It could be because you're trying to protect it in some type of way, or you want to restrict others from the experience for selfish reasons. It could be a variety of reasons why, but at the end of the day, the mindset around gatekeeping within itself is to protect or to guard or to restrict. And gatekeeping, the connotation can mean different things, right? I have looked at it in a cultural standpoint as a net positive. Like, as a queer person, I do feel like, as a queer person, as a Black queer person, that we should gatekeep some of our culture because it has been exploited. Our culture has been exploited. It's been exploited by people who are not interested in celebrating, expanding, and investing in said thing that they are now exploiting. So I do think, what does it look like to live in a world where there are cishet people that are using Black queer slang, jargon, rhetoric against the very people that they despise? It's really weird to be in a city where you have elected officials saying things like, oh, don't throw shade at me, but they're homophobic and they're using the word shade, right? And it's like, wait a minute, do you know where that came from? It's really weird to use people's words against them. It's like kind of like when you see white Republicans mock Black people and say, bye, Felicia. But it's like, you hate Black culture, you restrict the books, the heritage, all the things, but yet you're using our own phrases back to us in ways to be condescending. Like, that's what I mean, like gatekeeping culture in that regard, because oftentimes the people that we've opened this culture to and these customs to don't actually use it to celebrate with us or to actually invest in us. They actually use it against us. And we've seen that happen so many damn times. I mean, there's books and thoughts, right? And so I'm in the mindset that as somebody who belongs to certain cultures, I do think we should gatekeep those things, because in many ways they've been used against us and they've been used to hurt us. I mean, think about Black music, Black art, Black culture. I mean, so much of what makes America great and the world great is the things that are cultures, but we've I guess created open access to people to use them. And then what they've done, they've used them to teach other people those things, only to turn around and lock us out. Isn't that the weirdest shit ever? But that's what exploitation looks like. So nowadays, there's been this weirdness around the word gatekeeping, where people have decided that folks that have found out some information or have gotten access to some type of experience, whether they own it or not, because they didn't tell you about it or give it to you, then somehow they're gatekeeping this thing from you. And I'm just thinking to myself, well, do they own the thing? Do they possess the thing? Is the thing theirs to be able to gatekeep within itself? Or because they didn't share this information to you or this resource to you, you're feeling as though they're gatekeeping it. You're using the wrong word. The word you might be thinking of, and I challenge the thought. So I don't know. Let me start by challenging. No, let me just say what I think people are really saying, right? You're really saying that, again, it's not gatekeeping, right? But you're basically saying somebody's excluding you. You feel excluded. Exclusion and gatekeeping have similarities, but they're not the same thing. Because you could exclude somebody from something. You could be exclusive, right? You can be exclusive. But gatekeeping carries the connotation of exclusivity around something you possess. And that means something completely different. So imagine, oh, we're going there. I didn't even know we was going to go there today, but we're going to go there. This is what makes this podcast great. Let's say, for example, you have a museum that has a lot of Black artwork, and you have this artwork that might be stolen. You don't own it per se, but you've created an experience that has made people, Black folks, that you're white and you own this, you have this space, but you've now repackaged that thing and you're now selling it to people, the experience, even though you don't own it, and you're creating a high price for it. Is that gatekeeping? No, it's exclusivity. You're excluding people. Being exclusive and being a gatekeeper are two different things. Are you excluding those people to protect something? No. Are you doing it because you might be elitist or classist? Sure. But you're not necessarily gatekeeping. And so I think people have used that word so many times and it's so wrong, right? A lot of things that people are calling gatekeeping is actually excluding. And excluding does carry a negative connotation because it is doing the thing that you're really upset about. Gatekeeping may not have a negative connotation in the ways that you all think they do because you don't actually know what words mean because people don't read anymore like they used to, right? So, for example, people will say, oh, there are these like white people are now using that word to say that Black people are gatekeeping them from the cookout. Excuse me? The fuck? Well, we are gatekeeping because it's ours. The cookout is ours. So yes, you're using that correctly, white people. The problem is that it's a negative for you. Why? Because you're a culture vulture, you're a colonizer. Well, listen, fuck your colonialist feelings, right? But here's an interesting thing, the perspective to think about this. And this is why this is all going to tie into Juneteenth in a minute. I have heard people say things like, oh, journalists that are not allowing, people into certain media spaces are gatekeeping, like content creators, right? That are like saying, oh, journalists are being elitist and they're gatekeeping. Well, first of all, we don't own the medium. We don't own the medium. But there could be something to be said that maybe some people want to create a space that is specific for the types of people that they want. And is that exclusive? Sure. Are they excluding you? Sure. But they're not gatekeeping it because at the end of the day, we don't own the medium. And so what are you gatekeeping? What is the gatekeep? And so some people that often yell the complaint around gatekeeping, I feel like there's another word that we're not using in the conversation: entitlement. What makes you feel entitled to being in said spaces that you don't own? Ooh, clock it. And I can say that because that's also for my community. But maybe you can't say clock it. Clock it is that I could gatekeep clock it, but you can't. Get it? Clock it? Ha. So I'm sitting here thinking about this, and I've had these conversations lately with friends, and I'm thinking to myself that part of the frustration around these conversations around exclusion and gatekeeping is that some of the people that use the title gatekeeping as a shaming tactic because they're upset about something oftentimes are feeling entitled to something that they don't possess. And they feel as though people should give those things to them because they just feel like it would be good. It'd be nice. But what shapes exclusivity at times, or gatekeeping, if that's, depending on what it is there's a mindset of some people's mindset around what does that look like, right? Gentrification is not gatekeeping. Gentrification is excluding people. Colonialization is excluding people, but it's also taking, it's stealing, it's theft. We got to understand what all these terms mean and how we fit in those spaces. There's a lot of people in the industry I'm in, that will say, oh, I came into the business and people were gatekeeping opportunities for me. Did they own those opportunities? No. I never use the word gatekeeping to describe folks that do those things to me. There's been exclusivity, and some of that exclusiveness can be based on several things. Some of it can be that people may not feel like I fit the criteria to be in the space, or some people could just be jealous and intimidated. But exclusiveness defines it. It can be racism, right? That you could be creating an exclusive environment based on elitism, classism, racism, colorism, like nightclubs, right? Like clubs that do not let certain people in based on the way they look or whatever. Somebody would say, oh, is that exclusive? It could be discrimination. That's another word we could use. But is it gatekeeping? No. Do they own that culture? Maybe not. No. So gatekeeping does not fit for that word. So back to Juneteenth and gatekeeping. I have struggled with my thoughts around Juneteenth personally, as somebody who is a native Texan and all the things. Because the word that also does not get used to talk about these holidays is commodification. And I'm talking about a very inner community conversation I want to have as Black people. And so if you're a white person, please just, you're listening. I am not excluding you. I'm excluding your opinions. I don't want your opinions in this. I don't want to hear your thoughts about this particular matter. I am gatekeeping your opinions on this matter. I don't want your opinions on this conversation. Are you listening? Have I excluded this podcast from you? No. Have I gatekept this podcast from the public? No. I don't charge any fees or any subscriptions. But in this regard, I don't want your opinions on this. But if you're fair to listen to it. I have not gatekept you from listening to this conversation. But this is for Black folks right now. For my Black listeners, because I want to talk about this, specifically those who live in the United States. I want to be very clear on this. Here's what annoys me about our community when it comes to this Juneteenth situation. There are times where I want to gatekeep Juneteenth for those who live in Texas, for those who have ancestry, those who live in Texas and currently celebrate it the way that it is. Because what has happened is that people who don't know the history of Juneteenth, do not care, has decided to commodify it. And what I mean by commodify is to expand it and make it something that is not, to the point that Juneteenth and what it really is and how it should be celebrated has lost its meaning and its origins, to the point that people have projected their own personal ideals into it to ruin it. It's a Southern Black experience, specifically Texas experience. And what has happened over the years, since it's become a federal holiday, has been acknowledged as such, is that Northerners, some Northerners, not all, but some Northerners have tried to take it and turn it into something else. And my thing is, what you want it to be, that's not what it is in its regard, and it's okay. Whatever you really want it to be, celebrate Marcus Garvey Day and use those colors and do something different. But what I get frustrated with is that the whole national bastardization of Juneteenth has really ruined it. The point that people will say it's the Black 4th of July. The same way that people described Black Star Film Festival as the Black Sundance. Can we stop doing that? Some things are just what they are. The Black Star Film Festival is not the Black Sundance Festival. Its origins, its goals is not to be Sundance. Sundance is Sundance. And I don't understand why we reduce Black things to other things, especially in proximity to whiteness, right? Juneteenth and Freedom Day is its own thing. Do not call it the Black 4th of July. There is no Declaration of Independence. There is no founding fathers. There's none of that. Like, if we know what July 4th actually is and the origins and how it was created, That is not Juneteenth, and it doesn't plan to be. That's not the goal. That's not what it is. Everybody was not free on the same days. There is a specific history there. And that's okay. Like, we can acknowledge that and respect that and celebrate that. We eat red foods, and watermelon is one of those dishes. Watermelon, hot sauce, like, those are things that matter. To say, oh, I don't eat watermelon because, blah, 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 blah. Well, first of all, if you know the history of watermelon and the symbolism of what it means for Black people in our culture as a sustainable fruit, you would not have shame. But you've allowed yourself to have shame on these things because of white people's interaction with it. White people have shamed watermelon for Black folks as tropes. But Black people and what we know of watermelon, if we actually understand it, we understand there's no shame to it. So I just get annoyed when people have allowed whiteness, white supremacy, to demonize actual Black customs and rituals and experiences, and then turn around and not appreciate those symbols for what they are. Folks say, oh, I don't like, the reason why I don't use those colors for Juneteenth is because those are red, white, and blue. Those are America. Black folks in America have nothing to be ashamed of to live in this country. What did we do? We didn't colonize people. We didn't kill. Like, to be Black and to be in America is the most American thing. And the fact that there is this weird shaming of it, it's like, why are we having shame? We are not the people that did this shit. We did not own slaves in America. We didn't do this. If anything, we should have the most pride of who we are in this country and what we have done in this country as a people. And Juneteenth actually embodies that. It's a reminder and a reclamation of what this is for us. And so this desire to redefine it to be something else in response to whatever it is unknowing what Juneteenth actually is. Can I get a witness? To run from red, white, and blue under the confines of America, under a white perception of it, is actually feeding into the reclamation that white people want to have over those colors and what the flag is. Like, you don't understand. See, they don't get it. Do you want to have the conversation, or you don't want to have the conversation? Or are you just reacting to America in whiteness? Juneteenth, as I grew up understanding it, and why I have the attitude I have, and the pride I have for my Black American identity, is because we understood that this is our country and we share with Indigenous people, but that this is the country that's ours. That honestly, white people colonized this country. They stole this land. They exploited this land. Black people had no choice because we were brought here. But when we came here, we made this country more free than what it was. And we did that work to help liberate it, to help provide justice, and to challenge the very colonizers that wanted to make this something else. I don't have any shame about being a Black American. I have no shame in the struggle and the plight of my ancestors. And I don't have no shame about eating watermelon, eating fried chicken, eating pig feet sometimes, not always, chitlins sometimes, not always, having it with hot sauce, enjoying the banjo, because that's our culture. And I don't need to bring other diasporic colors and identities to separate what is the identity of what it means to be a Black American in this day and age. So many people are running from that because they don't understand we are that. There is a unique Black American experience. And it's nothing to run from or be ashamed of. Because Haitians have a Haitian experience. Jamaicans have a Jamaican experience. Black Jamaicans, Black Caribbeans, Black Haitians, Black Puerto Ricans, and Dominicans. They all can embrace those cultures in addition to being here. I am embracing my red, white, and blue for what it means to me. And it does not mean the same to white folks. And so sometimes I want to gatekeep Juneteenth because the other folks that's not from that area, who's not been in that culture, don't understand it. And I think there's a level to which they have diluted it with projections that are reactive to whiteness. Juneteenth is not a reaction to whiteness. And I want some Black folks that live in this country to stop doing things in reaction to white people. Freedom Day is to free your fucking mind from your colonizers and those people, to live in a space where you can just be and exist as you are, where you are, how you are. I don't know. I just am over the commodification of Black experiences when there's no need for it. There is no need to commodify Juneteenth. Juneteenth is Black and it's American. There is no need to do anything more than just celebrate that holiday the way that it was intended to be celebrated. Look up Opal Lee. Look up what she intended. Look up what the Juneteenth flag looks like. There is a Juneteenth flag, y'all. Look at those colors. Look up what that star represents. Look it up. When I saw the city of Philadelphia and the birthplace of American democracy, right? Philadelphia, right? A subtle thing, but a noticeable thing, that the Park administration of the city put up a Happy Juneteenth Day, and it had red, yellow, green, Pan-African colors. The word colors, because Word Radio uses Pan-African colors. When I saw that, I said, oh, here we go again. Here we go again. It's like, do anybody read? Do anyone study? I digress. But I shout to my fraternity, Alpha Phi Fraternity Incorporated, for using the Juneteenth flag, for using those colors in our acknowledgement of the holiday. Some people got it, some people don't. But to all of you white folks listening, now you can enter the chat. When you have nonprofits, companies, organizations, and you all want to celebrate Juneteenth, please use red, white, and blue. Please acknowledge what that means and why those colors should be used. Please do not use Pan-African colors, even if you see other Black folks that I promise you are pandering or not using it right or don't even know the history. Please do the research. Please use red, white, and blue. Do not call it the Black 4th of July. Call it Juneteenth. And it's its own holiday. It is its own customs, and respect it. And to Black folks that want to celebrate it across the country, incorporate red foods, eat watermelon, enjoy cherries, have some hot sauce on that fried fish, enjoy, and don't feel like you have to perform for whiteness, because it's not about them, it's about us. So, happy Juneteenth weekend. Red, white, and blue. Stay Black. And know your about, and study it. And study your Blackness. Don't just be Black. Study Black. Read Black. Think Black. My work here is done on that. So I celebrated Juneteenth in Baltimore. Fabulous, fabulous time. Lots of great things. I had a lot of fun. Mr. Johnson and I went to go see Dr. Parks and Joe, and it was a great time. We had a really, really good time. We went to Urban Oyster, which is the first woman-owned, Black-owned oyster bar in America. James Beard nominated. Wonderful restaurant. It might just be my favorite restaurant in Baltimore. I loved it. The Urban Oyster is what it's called. It is great. A seafood haven, but also had some other great food dishes on there. I had lamb chops, but I also had lots of seafood. We had oysters galore. They have lovely oysters. And there was oyster tacos and fish tacos and catfish and snapper nuggets. Oh, we had mussels and fries. I mean, it was just such a very good time. The food was really good. The price was very reasonable, very good price. The portions were very generous. It was a beautiful restaurant. It's a very beautiful restaurant. Like it's a very chic, modern, like it's an upscale but warmth to it. Like it was beautiful. It was a very wonderful restaurant. One of the best black-owned restaurants I've been to in the country. Like I mean, in Philadelphia, we have Honeysuckle, we have South, we have of course, we have Tatiana in New York and Doggone in DC, and we have Virtue in Chicago. I mean, there's so many great places, and this is definitely in my top list. My top, probably put in the top five. Put in the top five. Then we went to Mama Coco's, which is this black owned bar in Baltimore as well. Another great spot. Very beautiful, rich art. I was so impressed. It's like a house, a historic house. Um, and it's it's literally right next door to the corporate headquarters of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Okay, the first Black intercollegiate fraternity in the world. 1906. It's a classic, historic. The historic corporate headquarters. They're right next door there, so I had to stop by the headquarters real quick and put the fire up. But right across the street is Mama Coco's. And it was another great time. Great cocktails, unique cocktails. But it was so much art in there. There was multiple bars, very outdoor, indoor lounge. It's a beautiful place, a beautiful space. It's just so rich. Loved it down. We went to brunch at Marta, not black owned, but fun. It was a very cute brunch spot that had just memorable cocktails. Like really great brunch cocktails. It's fabulous. Then we spent Saturday having another good time at Ice Queens, which is a black owned sweet treat spot. They do snowballs, not water ice, okay, Philly, but snowballs. I thought they were maybe snow cones. Snow cones, that's what they call it in Baltimore, snowballs. I know about snow cones because in Texas we have snow cones. Chicago has Italian shaped ice. Whatever y'all want to call it, but it was good. It was very good. It was very good. And it had beignets, like a New Orleans themed spot, but very good, very very nice. And it was in this area called Locust, but like Locust in Baltimore, but not Locust Walk like at Penn. Uh, but Baltimore has this spot, Locust Point. It was in Locust Point, and we went to a park down there. It was really nice. But Locust Point was where we were at in Baltimore, and that was really nice, very nice. And it was the concert Am Fam, I think it's called. We didn't go to that, but it was a music concert. Mayor Brandon was out there doing his thing, DJing. And it's called Amfram, and it was the 50th anniversary, and it's over there in Druid Hill Park, and it's going on like all weekend long, and it's the 50th anniversary of the Afram festival. But we weren't there. But it's their premier African American music festival located in the heart of Baltimore City, so it's popping in the Charm City. But we were there. We didn't go to it, but it was the energy. You could feel the energy all that around Juneteenth. It was very lovely. And Baltimore is a predominantly Black city, American city, and not that far from Philadelphia. So it was really fun. Really nice time. On our way back to Philly, we stopped by, this has become a tradition, but Cracker Barrel. Okay, I know people have their thoughts about Cracker Barrel, but I grew up on Cracker Barrel, going there. There are so many Cracker Barrels, like when you're like on these highways and these roads between intersections and things. So we do this all the time. Sometimes when we go from Maryland, when we in Maryland, from Maryland or Jersey, sometimes Jersey, from Detroit, when we come back to Philly, if we go in a decent time, we will go there for either lunch or dinner if we're on our way back. So we were on our way back from Baltimore to Philly, and we stopped at Cracker Barrel for dinner. I have to say this. I like Cracker Barrel. I tell people, if you are a true restaurant connoisseur, I don't like the word foodie. Y'all know I hate that word foodie. But if you're a restaurant connoisseur and you love food and love dining, then you can appreciate restaurants, and you can have your critiques, but you can recognize the value and the fun of food, no matter how expensive, how big, how prestige. Like anyone who has actual real culinary like taste can identify good food or dishes and appreciate a variety of food. So when people oftentimes will, even in Philadelphia, will say, how could you eat this? These are the only places I like to eat. I'm like, oh, you don't have the range, baby. You don't have the range. And really good food cities are cities that have range. That's why I mean, look, I grew up, in Houston. I was born in Chicago, right? Chicago is a very great restaurant city. It's a very good food city because Chicago has a range. Chicago has Michelin star restaurants. Chicago has James Beard's restaurants. Chicago has great street food. Chicago has great small mom and pop shops. Chicago has a range. That's a really great food city. Another example of a great food city is Philadelphia. Philadelphia has Michelin star restaurants. We also have James Beard award-winning restaurants. More on that in a minute. We also have great mom and pop shops. Like I tell people, a good food city is a city that has the range. There are some cities in America that don't have that. They are either too prestige restaurant or very too bar food. You got to have the range, and that's what makes a great American food city. I think Philadelphia fits. I think New York is by default. Even though, I have thoughts about New York City, about the food scene, but by default, they're a big ass city. They have the range. So they are a major American food city. New York as well. Houston as well. Atlanta, I don't think so. And people get their feelings hurt when I say that, but I don't think so about Atlanta. I don't. I don't think Atlanta is a great American food city. I don't think Atlanta has the range. I will debate people up and down about it. Houston has the range. New Orleans has the range. But I have a critique about New Orleans, but I'm not going to go there. But New Orleans do have the range. New Orleans has the range. LA, borderline, in the words of Madonna, borderline. I have thoughts about LA. Not today. We won't go there. But I will say borderline. But I'll give them, it is LA. I'll give it to them slightly, but borderline on LA. Portland just became. But Atlanta, no. Miami, no. I'll go there. I can take it there. I will go there. People will debate me on it. Detroit, borderline. But I will give it to them. But there is a borderline with Detroit. Detroit just got on that conversation. But I will say borderline Detroit. Other cities. St. Louis, no. But good food. Not saying they don't have good food there, but they don't fit my criteria. You got to have the range. Philadelphia has the range. Chicago, textbook example of the range. New York City, the range by default. Vegas, no. There's some good things in Vegas, though, but no. Other cities I'm thinking of. Vegas, no. Miami, no. Atlanta, no. Miami, no. Where do y'all like to go? Denver, no. Good food. But they don't have it. They don't have the range. And people get in their feelings, but I have they don't hit the criteria. You gotta have the range. These cities don't have the range. The ones I'm naming, they don't have it. They want to have it, but they don't. And what I mean by range is that you have to be exemplar on all levels. Philadelphia has top tier high-end restaurants. Philadelphia has top tier middle restaurants. Philadelphia has type tier street food, top tier street food. We have the range. I get a little shaky about New Orleans. But I know if I say New Orleans does not have the range, people will get in their feelings. People will get mad and argue with me. I low-key want to say, because people will argue about me with New Orleans, but I think I will say, I'm going to fight it. Okay, fine. I'm going to say it. No to New Orleans. No to New Orleans. They don't have the range. But New Orleans is phenomenal and great in what it do. What I mean by this, when I mean the range, is that you have to have a diversity of food, but you also have to have prestige in each of the categories of what it means to have a dining experience. I don't think New Orleans have enough top tier high-end restaurants to call it the food city. I do think that they are a great destination. And so maybe destination and food city are two different things. I think that's what's going to save me. So then let me take, no, LA has to stay. LA does stay as a food city. It does hit it. It does hit it. It does hit it. But I think I will have to take New Orleans off as a major food city. It is a destination. And somebody will say, Ernest, what the fuck do you mean? Okay. New Orleans has like a destination for a certain type of food. And outside of that, everything else kind of falls flat or is not as good. So if you want Cajun Creole food, they're phenomenal. They're best at it. But they don't have the range outside of that. Philadelphia has a variety of different types of cuisines, but they also have a different type of structure. So what I mean by that is that you can spend $500 and have some incredible food in Philadelphia. You could spend $5 and have incredible food in Philadelphia. They have the range. And they also have a lot of technique. New Orleans is just really known for their Creole and Cajun food. They have some other things there, but it doesn't pop the same. Houston, on the other hand, has very good high-end food, but has a diaspora of different food and have a variety, right? You got Mexican, you got Cajun, you got seafood, you got Nigerian food that's really great. You got definitely got some Asian. There is a wide range of different cultures, but also price points, and they do that very well. But back to what I was saying earlier, because I knew that I was going to go down a rabbit hole. Atlanta don't have it either, y'all. I don't care what y'all say. Atlanta, I think, is a very overrated food place, to be honest. I know there's some great spots, but honestly, I think they're very overrated, and I think their food scene has just been to the shits for a very long time. People don't want to admit it. I just want to keep it 100. It's just not there. So back to what I was saying. I think that a real food critic and those who really do understand food and restaurants can appreciate range. Cracker Barrel is great for what it do and what it serves, and that's why it's an American gem. I don't want to hear about all the other things because that's irrelevant to the conversation I'm saying. The food is good, and they also are good, have an incredible, impressive price point. There are so many places that try to duplicate the Cracker Barrel experience, and they commodify in a way that they overprice it. What I think is remarkable about Cracker Barrel is that in 2026, you can get a really full-fledged meal that is well cooked and also great portions, and it will not break the bank. Mr. Johnson and I went, and we really pigged out. Like, we had like the Southern fried chicken, the side dishes, we had all types of stuff. And the bill came out to like under $50 for the two of us. And we really did the most. We had the meatloaf, we had the fried chicken, we had all the different sides, we had the loaded baked potato, we had the salad. But it's interesting because it's just such fun food. And it was a great time. And I just appreciate that, the simplicity of it all and the comfort of it all. And the fact that I looked at that menu and there were like dinner specials for like $16. And there were like lunch specials. And there were free refills. Like for like homemade, like what was it? A watermelon lemonade that they had. And there were free refills on it. And I'm just sitting there like, wow. I don't recall the last time I went to like a restaurant in a long time where I got like free refills on like a premium like beverage. It's an art. It's an art. It's something for like I yeah. Like it was so good. It was like this watermelon lemonade special they had. And I'm just sitting there like, wow. It was like $3, I think it was. And it was like free refills. And I'm like, wow, I can get more. And it was like I appreciate that. And I think it's also to be in a dining space and see families of different types of socioeconomic backgrounds and seeing all these different types of people at one place enjoy this food. We just, yeah, I appreciated it. It reminded me of home. Um, we just need more of that. I think we do need more dining experiences like that. And I think Philly creates that, but not really as a sit down experience as much. But that you see it when people are waiting for cheesesteaks or getting hoagies somewhere, or you see it at Reading Terminal when people are like all there in line. Philly doesn't do enough of it for a seated dining experience. I will say it does lack in that, but it do have it for other types of ways that they get affordable food. It would be nice to see Philly do more of that as a dining experience. We don't have enough of that as a dining experience in Philadelphia. I don't really know too many spots in Philly where you can see a socioeconomic diversity of diners. It's not that many places like that in Philly I can think of for sit down eating. Um, yeah, it's very segregated in that front. But when it comes to actual like carry out, pick up, you see it. You see it in South Street, a couple spots in South Street. You do see it in parts of West Philly, but you just don't. I mean, I will say this. This is my caveat. I will say, and I didn't even know I was going to go into this deep dive around food, but it is summer. Maybe the only places that I have noticed it, and this is an unexpected spot where you're like, I will say Indian buffets in Philadelphia might have that type of experience that isn't like commercial chain spots. I will say Indian buffets. People will probably say Italian BYOBs. Eh, there's a niche to that. But Indian buffets, specifically in West Philly, they're a dying breed, but they still hit. Indian buffets, I think of New Delhi. There used to be Tandoor right on the corner, but now it's called Etka. But I really think like New Delhi is a really good snapshot of that. I love going to New Delhi. I love New Delhi. Sometimes it doesn't hit like it always used to because the gentrifiers have ruined the spice a little bit, but it's still good. It's still fun, but it don't hit like it used to. Like for those who remember New Delhi in the early 2010s, woo, I mean, it's been around for decades at this point. I think over 25 years, New Delhi has been around, but it's still good. But I remember it used to have a little bit more kick. And I think part of it is because the folks that are going there, But there is a diversity at New Delhi in a very culinary way that brings different types of people together. Like you have Muslims, like black Muslims that go there because of the food. You also have like older white people that want this like, voyeuristic experience. You also have college kids. You also have, neighborhood folks. You have a nice intergenerational, intercultural, socioeconomic diversity that's there that's fascinating to me. And that's probably one of the few sit down places I can think of that really hits that is New Delhi and Indian buffets in Philly. There could be other places that I'm not thinking of immediately, but I'm talking about like sit down dining experiences. I feel like that is the reflection of that. But yeah. But speaking of James Beard, before I get into other Philly reviews, well, actually, no, I'm going to get into other places I went to in Philly this week. Philly Surf Club is a new bar that is like a very tropical cocktail dive bar experience. Me and my bestie Nina went. We had a nice little besties hangout day. We went to the Kimmel Center. There is a new exhibition there called Clue Mystery. Clue, actual Clue. There was a Clue musical that happened. Who did I go see that with? Did I see it with my little brother? I think I saw that with, I think it was my younger brother. It was my younger brother, Jamarcus. I think we went to go see it. I think it was my younger brother who went to go see Clue with. But there was a musical, but now they've turned it into a mystery experience in Center City. So basically there is a mystery. You have to go find out. You go to multiple locations throughout Center City. Like it's walking. And there's clues at each of these locations, and you stop by and there's like a little location. So you're at different spots. Like there's like Elise, which is that pizza spot that's right there on Locust, like 15th and Locust. And then there's like Levain cookies. There's also the another theater that there is a location for that. But there's like all these different locations that there's like multiple stops, and you're going to all these different places all throughout the center city area. That's walking distance to find these clues. And it's like a 2 hour experience. I will say this, it is a real experience. Like if you are looking for a very fun outdoor, I guess you could say kid appropriate experience, I would say you can go with adults and it's just as fun, or you can go with a younger kid or nephew or whomever. But it is a fun activity. But I will say don't do it intoxicated. Um, like do it with a friend. Don't do it by yourself because it's not fun. Do it with a group of friends. So it was a group of us that went, and I had like a scavenger hunt type of energy, but it was very fun actually. And we did crack the case at the very end. But after that, we went to Philly Surf Club. Philly Surf Club has this really cool. It's a bar. Nico is he is the guy. He's a great bartender. He was at Nico Diaz. He was at Ramstad Bar. He makes this incredible cocktail that I love called the Porn Star Daiquiri. And Nico Diaz is a great bartender in Philadelphia. His new experience is Surf Club Philly, which is it's 699 North Broad Street. It's right behind Sakala, the Italian restaurant. It's right behind there. And it is Thursdays through Sundays from 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. Yes, it stays open late, 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. They do tropical cocktails and they got some bites and they're really fun. But it is called the Philly Surf Club. And it's a great summer vibe. Like I went and I loved it. I really did love it. There's some great cocktails there, all types of stuff. They got clarified milk punch. They have all kind of great stuff. So I highly recommend it. Definitely check it out. If you're looking for something new, fun in the city, some great fun food, some great tropical cocktails, definitely recommend going there. Loved it. It was fun. Did the trapeze. I jumped. Yeah, y'all saw me on the trapeze. I was not supposed to be on that, but I got on it anyway. That was cool. There is like this outside the Police Touch Museum. There is this Wawa Welcome America 250 outdoor little fun fest. It's free. You can get on the trapeze if you are not afraid of heights. Yeah, I got my big ass on it. It was crazy. Don't know what made me do it, but I was, peer pressure is real. Also, I saw this cute little adorable, like 6-year-old, like 5-year-old kid. He was this little black boy. He got on it and he was having a time. And I was like, oh, if he can get on, I can get on it. And then as I started climbing up those damn steps, I was like, what am I doing? But if he could do it, I was like, I can do it. And so it was cute. I went to an Aperol Spritz event, which landed me at an event for Black Star. So Black Star had their preview event at Honeysuckle, which I love Honeysuckle, of course. Shout out to the Tates, Omar and Sybil. It was a lovely event. Shout out to them. I'm on the host committee for the Luminary Gala, which is a big fundraiser for the Black Star Film Festival, which is not the Black Sundance Film Festival, but the Black Star Film Festival, which kicks off later in July, late July. Not to be confused with the Black Film Festival at Martha's Vineyard, very different. This is a Black Philadelphia experience. And for those who want to be immersed in the culture, this is a great film festival that do that. They are for several days. Tickets are on sale now. Get your passes. There's some great films, some great cinematography. And what makes this different is that this is just not like Black movies that are trying to go at the box office and things like that. That is not the type of film festival. This is for the indies. This is independent filmmaking. This is films that have something to say about the world around us. There is a very interesting framework and consciousness that surrounds these films. Like, this is not just anybody who got a film with a big Hollywood actor and actress. If you want that, go to, again, the Black Film Festival that's in Martha's Vineyard, which I go to the weekend, but I don't really go to the festival. I mean, it's I won't throw shade. I'm just saying that it is not the same. So people might say, what's the difference? Oh, it's a big difference, and you will feel it, you will taste it, you will see it, you will smell it, you will know it. It's a beautiful film festival, the Black Star Film Festival, and passes are out now. Get your passes, get tickets. It's very accessible, it's very affordable. There's events happening all throughout the city. You might catch me at some, but I will be around, and I cannot wait for this festival. It's gonna be really fun. So I was there for that. Lib Brothers were there in the building. Bumped into my brother who was there. You know, he's so funny. But it was a great event. You know, was hobnobbing with folks, networking with folks, saw some people, had some bipartisanship moments with Ryan Boyer, who is over the building trades. He's a frequent person that I talk about on this podcast, for those who know. But it was a great event. It was lots of love. But I've been outside. I was outside. I got a chance to catch up with the Tates, who was nominated for a James Beard Award. The James Beard Awards just passed. Philadelphia won 2 big awards. In the past, 10 years, Philadelphia has done something remarkable. The James Beard Award for Outstanding Restaurant, which is Best Restaurant in America, the title goes to Kaluuya. Yes, Philadelphia reclaimed it. A couple years after Friday, Saturday, Sunday won, Kaluuya has won. And Knock, who is the incredible genius behind that restaurant, this is like her second James Beard Award. She won Best Chef Mid-Atlantic a couple years ago, the same time Friday, Saturday, Sunday won. And here she is winning Best Restaurant in America. Long overdue, incredible. But speaking of Best Chef Mid-Atlantic, Jesse Itu of Royal Sushi and Izakaya won. Finally. I've been talking about this. Jesse Itu has been nominated, I want to say 5, 6 times in a row. This man has not won. He would always be nominated. This is like his Susan Lucci moment. And he finally won. After all these years, it's his time. He finally won. So I'm happy for him. Philadelphia, we back on. We back in the conversation. It was a little bit of a dry spell with Philadelphia. A couple years after our big wins, I want to say 3, 4 years ago, we had won some big awards. We dominated the James Beard Award. We won a bunch of categories. And then it got quiet for us. We wasn't getting nominations. We wasn't in the conversation. And I feel like we're getting back in the mix. Back in the mix, for sure. And I think some of that came from the Michelin star buzz. So we're back on top. We're back doing our big thing. But I will say this, and no shade. No shade. I have been underwhelmed with a lot of the new restaurants that have opened in Philadelphia in the past year. Now, I loved Emmett. Emmett is phenomenal. That is an exception. But some of these other restaurants that have come, I just feel like we're in this weird space. There's been a blandness, a flattening per se of the cuisine that has come. Either things are trying to be a Mediterranean love letter, or we're just getting another Italian restaurant from some part of Italy that has been, I don't know, they will say ignored, but I would say just been double tapped, right? Another Southern Italian restaurant, another Northern Italian. I don't know. I just think we're in this weird holding phase where you're having some really great restaurants that are getting their due that's already out. And then you're getting restaurants that are just kind of what is this? Another time. Steven Starr is about to have another restaurant that's going to come, that is Mediterranean. It's it might be good. I don't think Steven Starr does horrible restaurants. I just sometimes think that the level of attention and press that he gets, not saying it's not earned or deserved, but I think that it oftentimes sucks up a lot of the attention that a lot of other more deserving restaurants should get. It kind of reminds me of movie stars, right? Okay, Taylor Swift dropped the new song, but there's so many other great albums and music out right now that I'm just kind of can we, expand our bandwidth, So that's some of the things I think about with some of these restaurants. But nonetheless, had a good time. Went to Pearl and Mary for the second time in a row with back-to-back weeks with my good friend, Dr. Footman, Lauren. We went and had the Seafood Tower. It was a lot to celebrate across the board. And it was fabulous. We caught up and it was a good old time, a very good time. Yeah. Like I said, this has been a very, 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 as you can see, active week for me. Before we get into hot topics, two big things. I'm in a book, a new book called Second Sight, which is by a woman named Dr. Sarah Jackson. Dr. Sarah Jackson is an assistant or associate professor at the University of Pennsylvania's Annenberg School of Communication. That sounds very familiar. Why? Because I went there. And Sarah Jackson, Dr. Jackson, interviewed me for this book. And we talked about the book. And I'm in the book several times. This is an incredible book that talks about, well, first of all, Second Sight, the reference comes from W.E.B. Du Bois, who was an alpha man. And, when we talk about the double consciousness, he also references second sight, which means that specifically Black folks, right, that live on the margins of multiple identities, right? We have a double consciousness, but we also have this second sight where we can also see things in a different vision and viewpoint than others, right? Like white people, for example. Like we can see things two different ways and we can view them in a different lens. And so it's such a really creative title in a very great book, if I do say so myself, where she specifically talks about Black media makers over the years and the legacy that they've contributed to telling the American story, and how that second sight that they have, that ability to see things as they are, but also to see things with the perspective of what it feels like to live on the margins. And so she interviews several Black journalists, photographers, videographers, cinematographers, filmmakers, all these different Black media makers. And there's an intentional media makers because it's an all-inclusive term. And it's funny because, when she said she fought for that uses of that word in her book, it's interesting because if you all also know history, many, many years ago, nearly 10 years ago, there was an organization, a gathering, a collective called Millennial Media Makers of Color. Who founded that? Me. I did. And I created it. And it was called Philly Media Makers of Color. And so when I heard her use that word, I said, oh, that remembers, because I, many years ago, used media makers because it was a way in which I wanted to include different people in this ecosystem that were not just journalists. And so I said media makers. And so it's interesting, full circle. And I don't know if she knew that, but when I saw that word used, I was like, oh, that sounds very familiar. And also a way to encompass what Black folks do, because there is a level to which there are people that are making meaningful content and work, and they may not fall in the category of specifically one term or another, right? They won't call themselves a filmmaker per se, or they may not call themselves a journalist per se, but they are making meaningful work and content and things. And so media makers is a really great way of framing it. But don't get it twisted. I am by profession a journalist, okay? Content creator just sounds very cringe. And also, I don't think embodies the thoughtfulness in what those people are making. And I'm happy that she didn't use the word creator or anything like that, because I don't think that is a good word that fits the description of what she was describing in her book. Because media makers have a purpose and intention, and the intention of what they're producing isn't driven by revenue or capitalism per se. There's an interest in telling stories. There's an interest in enlightening and mobilizing people and informing people in a certain way. Versus content creators are making content as a mean to hustle. Some of them are trying to tell stories and influence people and do things. But the mere idea of content creation just sounds very like laborious, right? It's a certain type of skill. It's like, I'm making content. And what are you making content for? Are you making content to really enlighten people? Is that at the core of what you're doing? Or are you just doing it because it's a way to make money and it's fun, right? So I'm happy she didn't use content creators. And I think media makers is a very again, words matter and what they mean, right? And what they feel like matters. So shout out to her. Shout out to that book. Please get that book wherever books are sold. If you're in Philadelphia, get it at a bookstore, get it at a Black-owned bookstore. But Second Sight is the name of the book. It's very good. And if you want the full title of the book, because I can give you that for those who want to check it out, there is an audiobook also available for it as well. But the book is called A Second Sight, How the Wonder and Vision of Black Media Makers Push America Toward Freedom. Fascinating book by Dr. Sarah J. Jackson. So check that book out. You can read about some of my experiences. She does a really good job covering it and covering things I've written about and talked about. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Such a good book. Mm. Mm-hmm. So, another piece of great news to share. And I love the fact that you all have been on this journey with me on this. And I love to share some very good news. For those of you all who have been following my journey, watching me on a fun show called Fatal Attraction on TV One, well, get ready to see some more of me. I am returning to season 18 of Fatal Attraction on TV One. Yay! Yes, I am returning. They have been renewed for a new season. They're coming back this fall, season 18. And they have already been reaching out to me to book for some episodes. So there are going to be some new episodes, new Philadelphia cases, new murders, new crimes, all the things. I will be back this fall. So stay tuned to this season. We're going to start taping season 18 in the summer. So they're already taping for the new season because these seasons are long. Like season 17 is happening right now, as you all know. And I've been clearly prominent in season 17. Well, I will be back for season 18 and I'll begin shooting episodes, no pun intended, but I'll be filming new episodes coming up for that. So if you love me on Fatal Attraction, clearly you do, keep watching me, keep supporting. The show is doing really well. Again, 18 seasons. And also they just have not missed a beat. And you all love them. And so I won't share which case I'm working on. I will hold off on that. But we're on season 18. And this is an interesting case. We'll be filming in July. There might be some more episodes I might be filming for, but stay tuned. Stay tuned. And now to hot topics. So, Trump's out here. This Iran ceasefire situation is up and down all around. I thought there was a ceasefire. I don't know what JD Vance is trying to do. I'm like, JD, what's up? You was acting like you had things under control. I'm being facetious, but there's a lot happening right now. America and Iranian delegations have arrived in Switzerland for a new round of talks. They are expected to talk about Iran's nuclear program. Apparently, there's been some drama because 55 commercial ships did pass through the Strait of Hormuz. This is the largest number to cross in a day since the early start of this war. However, Iran said they're closing the strait again. It's messy. And this conflict between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon is really messing up issues to get to this broader peace. And there's speculation that Israel stirring the pot and keeping them in this war. That's what Trump has allegedly have said to folks, to sources. It is what it is. JD Vance wants a moment so bad. He's got that new book out called Communion. I did read it. There has been talks about how JD Vance has this weird relationship with bell hooks. Not personal relationship with bell hooks, but like that he's been writing books with similar titles to Bell Hooks' books. This was the same situation with Hillbilly Elegy. I mean, there is a correlation between Bell Hooks' books and J.D. Vance's books. Like, J.D. Vance, for whatever reason, has titles that are near to it. Like, for example, his book is called Communion, Finding My Way Back to Faith, talking about his conversion to Catholicism, even though this reminds people of Bell Hooks' book, Communion, The Search for Female Love. But prior to that, he had another book called Hillbilly Elegy. Interesting enough, Bell Hooks had a book called Appalachian Elegy, which was a series of poems that came out in 2012. His book came out in 2016. That was his memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, which is a classic. Well, now here he comes again. Her book comes out in 2002 called Communion, The Search for Female Love. His book comes out, Communion, Finding My Way Back to Faith. Once again happens. It's like really weird. And I wonder if he's playing with the algorithm. Like, does he like Bell Hooks? Is this like a love letter to Bell Hooks? But he keeps having this thing where he takes her titles of her books. And like one time, okay, a little whatever. But to do this a second time, it's like, what's going on here? And so it is something to notice. Well, I read the book, so you didn't have to. The book is pretty flat. Communion is a pretty flat book. It's boring. I don't know if the word is bad. I don't like, what does it mean for something to be bad? I don't think the book is bad, but the book isn't good either. Like, what I mean is that it's just kind of just there. He talks about his faith. He talks about his family life. He doesn't really delve too much in politics, but he tries. But what I will say, what is the significant? What's the main takeaway of this book? And I think the main takeaway, so you don't have to read the book. I'll just tell you what the takeaway is. The takeaway is that he is trying to create a moral identity that distances himself from Trump. There is I gather from the book that he is trying to normalize conservatism back to the Judeo-Christian values that it has. There's, of course, been several notes of people saying, like, it looks like the Republican Party has lost its way. Trump, in many ways, has brought a level of vulgarity and disrespect, waywardness, impertinence to the position of the presidency in a way that the Republican Party has also been scarred with that. So you don't look at the Republican Party anymore like a moral high. They don't have a moral high ground anymore. They don't have that. Like, there used to be a time where you could, back in the day, the Democrats were those abortion, gay supporting, non-church going hippies, right? That was a narrative, right? They had their alternative lifestyles and their, liberal views, right? But today, Republicans, like, y'all don't have Christian values. Like, y'all don't have Christian values anymore. The conservatives do not have this moral high ground. They really never really have, but they don't really have it anymore, at least presentation-wise. Like, they're the way that they're very vulgar, hypersexual, crude, inappropriate, the banter of it all, the provocativity of it all. None of it speaks to the ways in which Bush used to model that type of behavior. Like, George W. Bush, people can say what they want about him, but he tried to perform a level of conservative viewpoints that were also aligned with a level of morality, even if there was hypocrisy in that with the war in Iraq. But nonetheless, like, overall, moral views, cultural views, like, there was a level of that. The man went to church, at least he tried to put it on. Trump isn't doing any of that. Like, we don't, like, Trump in church, like, what is that? Like, no one takes Trump seriously as a Christian. No one, I mean, like, even the Christians that do argue that they support Trump based on their faith, like, they are just like loud and hypocritical, and it doesn't make sense. I think this book is trying to reposition the future of the Republican Party to go back to those views. I think J.D. Vance wants to put himself as a faith leader in that regard to that. And I think he's trying to distance himself from previous mistakes. Like the sexist remark around Catwoman's, he admits that was a boneheaded thing to say. He acknowledges his irresponsibility in that. Am I drinking that Kool-Aid and believing this man? Hell no, I'm not. But I want to be clear that, again, as someone who's critiquing the book, I'm telling you what he's trying to do. I'm not telling you whether he's succeeding at that. I mean, the voters will make that decision themselves. It doesn't stick with me. I think I've seen enough. He struggles, I think, in the book of, one, he distances himself. He doesn't talk much about Trump. He tries to really focus on himself and who he is and how his views have evolved, because he's basically gearing up for 2028. Whether that lands the voters or not, I don't know. But I think he's trying to get ahead of it with the book. I think he's trying to get ahead of these conversations and address them there. But so much of the book is really trying to reshape him and remodel him, because so much of J.D. Vance he kind of fell into the vice presidency. He didn't write, Hillbilly Elegy was his first book that came out in 2016, right before Trump got elected, and he was critical of Trump, and his whole viewpoint in the world was different. We haven't gotten a book from Vance that lets us understand the conservative J.D. Vance. Like, that book, Hillbilly Elegy, was really more so of a liberal take and a mindset that really was counter to what Trump represents. Now we're getting a J.D. Vance where this book, Communion, is a way to reframe and reframe him, and it's a reshifting of who he is to the public from what he was. And so I think as a tool, the book makes sense for J.D. Vance, because we need to, in his own words, right, and I say that in parentheses, right, tell us who he is now and why. I'm not convinced personally, but again, I think that's the reason for the book. The book is to give us a telling of, okay, who is this man now since Hillbilly Elegy? Who is this man now as a politician, as a conservative? Like, who is he? This book provides some of that clarity, for what it's worth. We'll see. So there's been this ridiculous scandal that isn't a scandal like a sex scandal or anything like that. But the White House has just been under another attack. This time with, I don't know, algae. So this situation is getting more legs than I thought. I thought this was going to be something that was going to be talked about like for one day and people were going to move on. But this algae-filled Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool in D.C. has become a whole thing. There's been a lot of crews that's been working to try to remove this algae from the bottom of the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool because of the fact that it's an eyesore. It's just weird. People have, there's so many conspiracy theorists out there. MAGA have, put out this bizarre claim that there was a nefarious plot by leftists to destroy this reflecting pool to make Trump look bad. He's even Trump has done that on social media, talking about vandalism. And of course, the U.S. Park Police and National Guard started patrolling the area thinking that this was the case. Clearly, that's not. I mean, this man is 80 years old and, he spent $14 million on this. And now it's become a national laughingstock. A lot of people have begun to notice all kinds of things happening with it. There's peeling paint. People have been taking some of these like large sheets of this peeled off blue coating as a type of souvenir. It's been wild. It's been a very interesting situation. And one that he made of himself. I mean, this is kind of a metaphor in a way, because like what's going on here? Um, so there was a scandal slightly. This 67-year-old man, his name is David Hearn. He became, I guess there was this thing of like, oh, you know, basically Trump was trying to turn the pool American blue, quote unquote. But basically, federal authorities arrested this guy. He's a 3-time Olympian, because he reached into the pool to see what it felt like. He put his hands in there. This man is 67 years old. He says, look, I did not vandalize anything. He was arrested on a misdemeanor charge. They were trying to accuse him of destructing government property. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. They detained him for 5 hours. He got released and needs to appear to the D.C. Superior Court on July 9th. What are we doing here? So yeah, this is what we're dealing with. Another week, another Trump national embarrassment. But here we are. So with Democrats, there has been a lot of chatter about a new candidate that is in discussion for the 2028 presidential election. And that guy is none other than Georgia Senator Jon Ossoff. Interesting choice, but actually not necessarily one that I am flinching at, actually. He's 39 years old. He's in Aquarius. His birthday is on February 16th, which is a day before my husband's. So, that's some good brownie points. He is a millennial, and JD Vance is looking like he's going to try to be the, nominee. JD Vance is 41. He'll be 42 in August 2nd. He's a Leo. Two young white men. Would be interesting to see. Both of them, have served. I mean, he initially was a senator from Ohio. That was James David Vance, JD Vance. But for those who didn't know what the JD stand for, is James David. But anyway, JD Vance was only a senator in Ohio for like 2 years, from 2023 to 2025. Jon Ossoff has served in office much longer as a senator. There's some benefits here. He's been a senator since 2021. If he gets reelected in Georgia, that could be a moment. That could be a moment. So I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of people talking about it. He's got millions of dollars in the bank. People are already trying to trash him. He's got a Senate nominee that has called him out of touch. Whatever. I think he's interesting. I think he's an interesting person to look at. I don't necessarily know, if it is. I mean, he's Jewish. He probably embraces his heritage. He comes from a family that is from different backgrounds. He works on a lot of bipartisan work. He is the first Jewish senator of Georgia. But interesting enough, he's lost Jewish support. Some of them have, his positions on Israel have gotten people within his own community because he's taken some interesting stances against Israel that does not align with certain folks in the Jewish community, which makes him very different from someone like a Josh Shapiro. Because I've told people, do not conflate people's religious beliefs with their stances on Israel. There are people who have been critical of him. Certain Jewish voters, not all, but some. He's had a very more progressive stance and has talked about it. It's been very interesting to see the shifts. This piece came out, there was a piece in the New York Times a year ago that came out called "Georgia's First Jewish Senator is Losing Jewish Support." Democratic donors and Jewish leaders are so unhappy with John Ossoff over his position on Israel that some have quietly urged Governor Brian Kemp, a Republican, to run against him. We saw what happened with that. And that was a year ago. And the war and the perceptions on the war has changed. So it's very telling that he might be a very interesting Democrat, as his politics don't necessarily align with the stereotypical expectations of those from said community he belongs to. He also ran alongside Raphael Warnock in 2020, when it was the big swing when Democrats took over Georgia, turned Georgia blue. And then we saw what happened in 2024. So there's an opportunity here. I see an opportunity. But, look, there's something to be said that if J.D. Vance gets the Republican nomination, another white millennial male, maybe this could be the moment that millennials can finally get the White House. Maybe we should match that energy rather than run a super old white guy. Maybe we should kind of push forward. I don't know. I mean, we would be skipping a generation, though, technically. Like, Gen Xers would be skipped. That's all right. They're the forgotten generation. They're the ignored generation. Like Gen Xers typically, I think about it. I mean, we did have a Gen X vice president in Kamala Harris, but we haven't had a Gen X president yet. All of our presidents have been boomers. Biden, boomer. Obama, boomer. Trump, clearly a boomer. We have not had a Gen X president. Kamala Harris would have been that individual. So it makes me wonder, could we see a difference here? Could we, are we going to skip Gen Xers? Because if J.D. Vance gets the nomination, he's a millennial. Same thing with, same situation with Ossoff. Now, Gavin Newsom is a Gen Xer. Kamala Harris is. Marco Rubio is as well. Marco Rubio is a Gen Xer. And that's the other guy who won it. But could we see a situation where there could be a generational difference? I'm curious. Like, this is a question I'm asking out loud. I wonder if it's possible that we can see two millennials face off. It's a lot to think about. It's a lot to consider. Got some thoughts about that. Because when you think about it, we've seen so many people in our lifetime, think that it was going to take a long time before millennials become up there. But we're in that moment right now. We're in that moment. We are. We could skip Gen Xers and go straight to a millennial president. There will be a millennial president before a Gen Xer, which would further prove the point that Gen Xers is like the forgotten generation. It's like they're here, but they're kind of like, it would be something if, millennials have already gotten the vice presidency. J.D. Vance is one of the youngest vice presidents we've had in a long ass time. Ossoff could potentially be, early 40s, J.D. Vance, early 40s. I don't know. Something I'm not signing Ossoff off for whatever reason. Like, I know that it's just a bunch of rummagings, but when I saw that, I just thought to myself, I don't know, Democrats. We can't have another boomer. We can't have another boomer. If J.D. Vance runs, which he is running for president, and quite frankly, he's a millennial, and many people will say he's a front runner for it, we cannot have a boomer in the conversation. I'm sorry. We cannot. I think we're boomered out at this point. We can have no more folks in their 80s, 70s. No. Now, Gen Xer, fine. Clearly that's not a problem, okay? Folks in their 50, 55, 60, it's fine. But 70s, 80s, no. Because I'm looking at some of the folks that we're looking at right now, right? We got Wes Moore. Wes Moore is 47. He'll be 48. A younger Gen Xer. For sure. Not bad at all. But then you got Kamala Harris, who continues to show up. She's 61. She'll be 62 October 20th. 62. Not bad. Not bad at all. Early 60s is fine. 50s, fine. 50s, 60s, fine. Obama was in his 50s when he got elected president. Not bad. Makes sense. But I don't know. I don't know about a boomer. I think boomers got to be out the conversation. I think we would probably want to lean more to younger Gen Xers. Possibly. Am I asking for too much? Maybe I'm asking for too much. But younger Gen Xers and millennials might be the spot. Might be the spot, given everything that's going on. Just a sense I'm feeling, I'm just going off of my vibe right now on that. I don't know. When I saw Jon Ossoff, I thought about that, and I just was like, generationally, there's got to be a different kind of conversation, but we'll see. Speaking of changing times, and millennials, Janice Lewis George is going to be the next mayor of DC. She's 38 years old, another millennial. It's our moment, y'all. Millennials, stand up. It's our moment right now. She just won the Democratic nomination for mayor of DC, and she's a Democratic Socialist. I went viral, like super, super viral. Last week, I made a post about this, and the post has been used and been reshared all over. All types of people are liking the post and sharing it. It's been all over the internet, but here we are. The headline: pay close attention. Last year, Zohran Mamdani, a Muslim Democratic Socialist, got sworn in as mayor of New York City. Last month, Chris Rabb, a Black Democratic Socialist, won the Philadelphia primary for Congress. Last night, this was early this week, Janice Louis George, a black Democratic Socialist, is now the frontrunner to become the next mayor of D.C. There's an legitimate change happening very rapidly in this country that can't keep being sneezed at. So my caption read this: wake up. There is something happening right now in American politics that can't keep being treated as a fluke. I wrote about such trends in my upcoming second book, and it's time for people to wake up and begin to do some deep reflection on how government, as it has been, isn't working and why people are getting fed up with the usual. I'll be 35 in October. Many people my age are still being treated as babies by a generation of political power that forgot that they were around our age when they were first elected in office. Several of them still hold that power and have passed it to people who mimic their way of doing things. These babies are taxpayers. These babies are voters. These babies aren't getting the things that have been promised to them from failed policies. These babies are electing these leaders who y'all thought political machine politics, fear-mongering, and dirty tactics would defeat. I would recommend people start listening more to these babies. It's not about always agreeing, but we hold a lot more power and influence in electorate than people would like to give credit to. Our platforms are larger, more sophisticated, and is making the impact some used to. Ask me how I know. It's true. We're in an interesting time. Millennials are having their moment politically. We have gotten to the point where we're taking over the Senate mayoral seats. And look, Zohran Mamdani, millennial. Janice, millennial. Mayor Brandon, millennial. Baltimore, D.C., and New York, by this time next year, will all be led and occupied by millennials of color and power. I'm just saying. It's funny to me because when I look back at a lot of the people who are my age, who are older than me now, but were my age back then. A lot of people who are old enough to be my parents' age, which are older Gen Xer age, 55, close to 60, that age range, right? It's interesting to me that they are telling people my age, mind you, folks that are 34, 35, and early 40s, whatever. They're still putting us in this like weird little box, like we aren't grown. And that is just, I don't know what's going on here. Because when I study history and I look at civil rights leaders like Malcolm X and MLK and all these people, Medgar Evers and John Lewis and all these legends, right? They were around this age when they were shaking shit up. And nobody was treating them like babies. You know, when I look at so many pictures of back in the day, quote unquote, a lot of folks look much older than they really were because there was a style and fashion that made people who were my age, I guess culturally, fashion and looks, formal dressing weren't the same as the current contemporary dressing, but arguably they looked older than what they really were. But I think style was there. Like their haircuts were different. The way that they wore shirts and pants, like they would wear, like back in the day, wearing khaki formal, what we would consider dress pants or highly formal or business casual, they would wear that, and that wasn't considered business casual. You know, like jeans weren't worn in the ways that they are now. I mean, maybe my parents' age, I won't age them as much, but like fashion-wise, right? Like jeans and denim were looked at as like worker type of wear. Like they weren't worn in a very stylish, fashionable way until like Gap kind of modernized that and Levi a little bit, right? But back in the back day, jeans were like worker gear. Like they weren't worn in the fashionable way. Like stylish designer jeans were like not a thing until like late 70s, later 80s. But like, yeah. But when you go back and you look at it, you're like, they would never dress how we dressed, or it was like kiddish to dress that way. Versus now. So sometimes I look at how they dress, I'm like, they dressed much older, but I have to remember the context of the historical context in which they were dressing. But that being said, they were doing things that we're currently doing now, and they were and they weren't like, they weren't babies. And so I find it interesting that some of the people who were in that era that are now still in office, because they never let go of the goddamn seat, they're telling people, wait their turn, do this and a third, but they didn't wait their turn. Like, that's the biggest hypocrisy. They did not wait their turn. They did not, this whole, like, this whole lecture on secession and grooming and things, they did not live like that. That was not the way in which they got power. They ran against older people. They ran. They took power. Power was not given to them. They ran. They had the courage to say, it's a new day and we're going to do it. And that's just what millennials are going to have to do. We are doing that. But when I hear so many of them, sound brokenhearted about the shifting of power, it's like, did you not live in your era? You all did that shit. That was the way in which you got power. It's the way that most people get power. That is how generations shift. And eventually, in the next 20 years or so, millennials will have that reckoning and we'll have that deal. And there'll be other people, maybe 15 years, who knows? But like, we will do it. It will be another group's time. Gen Zers will be coming next, and another group, what, Gen Z or whatever, or Gen Y or whatever they call themselves, they'll have their moment too, right? And so every alpha, I think they call them, Generation Alpha, they'll be next and they'll have their moment to do what they got to do. But we all have it. And I think that millennials are at that point where we are next to take over as far as power. Like, the presidency can literally be ours in 2028. We're no longer the babies. We're running shit. We're all at that age where we're all, you know what I think it is, and what I think I know what the time clock is. It just hit me. So my husband is the final age of millennial. Like, he's literally on the cusp between Gen Z and millennial. He was born in 95. I was born, of course, in 91. I think that the moment the last year of the final year of your generation hits 35, which is not yet for him, you are officially no longer a baby, or shouldn't be called. You're not a baby at all, but you shouldn't. Your generation is now at the point where political power should be talked about. We're getting ever so close to that moment. It may not be 2028, but really, when you think about generational shifting, right? The year 35, 5, 4, 4, 4 years from now, I guess you could say, oh, easy, right? I mean, the new year, the final year would be of millennials is 95, was the last year of the cutoff. 96 begins. Millennials are from 81 to 96. So by 2030, millennials, the youngest millennial, will be 35. The youngest millennial will be 35 by 2030. So in my mind, when you are 35 is the year you can run for president in the United States. So I would argue that if your generation hits 35, the conversation around presidential power belongs to that next generation, to that generation in front. That's the hill I'm on. because technically the oldest Gen Zer will then be 35. And if the oldest Gen Zer will be eligible to run for president, the oldest one, then that means that the generation in front is next in line for the presidency. So in other words, Gen Xers, I'm sorry, baby, but y'all sat up here and let these boomers take over way too long. Y'all should have did that. I'm not saying that it's not going to happen for a Gen Xer. We might get our next president might be a Gen Xer. Who knows? I mean, we might have one time. Y'all might have only one Gen Xer. But the boomers have had a lion's share of political power. The boomers have had a field day with the presidency. They have had multiple presidents. Y'all have had, who have y'all had? Who counts? I mean, you can't count Reagan, I guess. Herbert Walker Bush, you can't count him. Bill Clinton, I would say Bill Clinton for sure. Bill Clinton is like right there on the cusp. Like 1946 is literally the year, the first year of Gen X. No, I'm sorry, boomers. I'm sorry. Boomers is the first, 1946 is the first year of the boomers. You got Bill Clinton, George W. Bush. Interesting. Well, yeah, so you got George Bush. No, sorry. Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Trump, and Biden. We have had five. Yeah, we've had 5 boomer presidents. Yeah, we've had 5 boomer presidents. We've had 5. Not bad. We've had 5 boomer presidents. And I think that they've had 5. And they've skipped over Gen Xers. Gen Xers have been skipped in this process. Like, we've had no Gen Xers. Now, mind you, Obama is a young boomer. He's born in 61. 64 is the cutoff year. But there's been I just thought about that. We have not had, we've had a lot of boomer presidents. And they've ate up the momentum for the Gen Xers. We may not have a Gen Xer president. I mean, we might. Just 1 or 2. But I'm just saying. Boomers, I don't want to hear nothing from y'all. Y'all sit down. It's time. It's time to retire the boomers once and for all. Just saying. Moving on before they call me ageist. But I'm not being ageist. I'm just being real. You got a man that's 81 years old out here painting the damn reflecting pool green, and I'm supposed to sit up here and think this is normal. No. Absolutely not. No. All right. Speaking of boomers, we have the Obama Presidential Center. You know, guys, I am divided on this. I don't know how I feel. I'm conflicted. In the words of Meryl Streep in the movie Doubts, I too have doubts. So let me start off with, I guess, the good feelings I have. And then I'll get to my more complicated self about this. And then also the reality check of it all. So the good things. I mean, the ceremony was sweet. Michelle Obama gave a beautiful speech for her husband and also put away all of the nonsense. Everybody keeps questioning their marriage and do they like each other and do they really like each other? They love each other. That is a Black couple. That is a Black married couple. Those are 2 Black married boomers. They are literally they are literally who they are. Like, anyone who's Black knows parents like them. They are many Black parents. I don't know what, I think there's this, I don't know. I think, how do I say this? And make sense? Black couples that have been with each other for a very long time, the way that they express love and support from each other is a very different way than I think the cliche white presidential things. Michelle Obama is a black woman, and the way in which Michelle Obama shows love to her husband and to in that regard reminds me a lot about my mother. Another black woman I know growing up, like the level of love and affection isn't shown so much in these very performative, like blindly naivete. It's shown in legitimate concern, and concern and care is shown in compassion. And so much of the conversation around does Michelle love Barack is bullshit, because everybody who's black knows that is of that era, but also like have been around healthy black marriages, know that black women in those type of marriages and in marriage in general, that the way in which they show love and affection, even to their children, is a level of legitimate concern, and that concern comes with of compassion. She's married to a man who is black, who is going to be the leader of the free world. If you think that she's supposed to be somewhere sitting around just like, oh, I love you, you can do anything, I'm so happy, you're great, that's not realistic. Like, naturally, it makes sense. If a black woman is married to the first black president of the United States, yes, there is a level of pride and joy, but there's also a level of like, oh my goodness, what are we signing up for? What could happen? Like, that's normal. And white people don't necessarily have to consider those things as much. Like, Melania Trump is married to a rich white man. She is not somewhere worried about his safety and life. I mean, she might be. Maybe, she might be at a certain level, right? But there's also a level to which she is not. White women who have been first ladies to presidents have never had to have the same level of concern for their husbands in the same way that Michelle Obama would have to, because of what that means on so many levels. And so to have Michelle Obama speak about the levels of joy, concern, indifference she felt during that journey with him in the White House makes a lot of sense. And I've never considered her not supportive, not happy, not in awe of him. I think her level of love for him shows in her level of compassion and concern for his safety and for his well-being. That's actually a black woman who cares as a black woman's concerned. It never confused me about her level of love. And so when I would hear people say, does she really like him? I mean, she just seems like she's just not happy to be married. No, I think she's a woman that's prioritizing her wellness while also recognizing the dynamics of it. And so I don't know. Are you all not in healthy relationships with black people? Are y'all not seeing black love in a very like longevity sense? Like, have you not seen a marriage between two black people over the years? Like, have you not been able to see that? Because maybe people have been robbed of those experiences, so therefore they don't understand what expressions of love looks like and the complexities of that. And so I just felt like in her speech that she gave, it was very touching. It moved him to tears. And I was just like, hell yeah. And I don't know. I don't know. We're in this era of look at me sound like an old person. But no, I just feel like we're in this era of aesthetic on social media where these performances of what love should be and what people have these ideals on is rooted in so much Eurocentric and white-led narratives. And that's why I always tell people, like, it's so important to have black music because, look, I like some Taylor Swift songs, but I as a black man who's married to a black man, those love songs by Taylor Swift do not hit for me. They don't. They're cute, they're fun, but like there's a level of, there's just, culture matters. That's all I'm going to say. Culture matters. Monoculture is not always going to work, y'all. There are things, the unique experiences that shapes the way people express love, express concern, exhibit joy. And we miss those cultural markers when we try to flatten everyone else's experiences and expectations. And I think that what that ceremony meant, what was shared, what was not shared, is a reflection of what the Obama presidency means and how complicated it is, and what it will still be, because in the joy of the historical aspect of this man becoming president, right, and what that meant, comes also the reality of, Black people reckoning of, like, we desire aspiration and milestones and power, but you also grapple with, like, okay, when you're in that power, what does that mean to do in an American governmental sense? Like, the fact that this is a superpower and that there's an expectation by voters in this country that's majority white for this man to do and push out white American imperialism in ways that does not reflect his ancestors, right? And so it's so complicated, and the feelings of it. And so before I get into the uncomfortable grittiness of this situation, I want to start off by saying, and I guess I'll start off by saying these disclaimers before I even read the critique. So first off, I think the beautiful things were that we got to see this family, be united. I mean, the daughters are gorgeous, of course, and Obama he has his charm, but Michelle Obama always takes the cake for me. They are just a very, they're almost a symbolism of a millennial optimism. They feel nostalgic of a time in America where no, shit was not perfect, but God damn it, things just felt more promising than they are today. They represent what could have been a hopeful, more optimistic time for quote unquote race relations at a time when we did think we can all sit across the aisle and come together. When we did believe that white people could do better, be better, and that just was not the case and still not the case. But there was just a different time in America. And I remember how I felt, how I thought. Sometimes I laugh at myself, but I don't now, because I give myself the grace to say, look, I was young and I didn't know what I didn't know. Sometimes I look at some of the older folks in my life, I'm like, but it was just different. It was different. And I think it was fun. I think there was a time where there felt like that was probably like the last time in America that we had a sense of possibility and hope that I don't think we're ever going to get again. Maybe not in my generation, not in my lifetime. I don't know. Like, I think we're all on guard. I think Black people are on guard. Like, after Obama, I'm sorry. I will speak for myself. I will never trust white America again. Again. I won't. I will always keep one eye open. I will never believe the hype. I just don't. I won't. It doesn't mean I don't like white people. It doesn't mean all white people. I just think as a body politic, any white person that is not a racist, let me get clear. Any white person who is not a racist should understand why I am going to keep one eye open on that entire voter block for the rest of my life. Because we had a voter block of white folks that got behind Obama for 2 terms and then turned around and elected a man like Trump, and then turned around later on and reelected a man like Trump. I don't trust y'all. As a collective, as a voting block, I do not trust white people as a voting block. Do I have some white friends? Do I have white friends? Yes, I do. Do I trust my white friends? Sure, they wouldn't be a friend if I did it. But do I trust them as a collective voting block, as white people's collective voting? No, I do not. And that goes for white progressives, that goes for white liberals, that goes for white conservatives, that goes for white meg. I don't give a fuck. I just do not trust white voters as a voting block, whether they're in the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. And if you are not racist, you could respect and understand that. You might be butthurt, you might be in your feelings, but get the fuck out your feelings and get into the facts. You all, as a voting block, has been the reason why we have the problems we have politically in America. White voters, the white voting block specifically. Other groups, don't get me started. But Black voter block, the Black voters who vote, collectively have been on the right side of history. And if Black voters were the majority in this country, we would have had less wars. We would have had less discrimination. We would have had more economic opportunity for all races to benefit in this country. We would have had so much more. The reason why we do not, because we have a majority white voter bloc that goes up and down all around. And for those reasons, after what has happened to Obama, after that era, I will never trust that voter bloc again. I will never trust it again. I will always be in the back of my mind saying, what do white voters think? Because if they don't got it, if they don't like it, we ain't gonna get it. I will never get caught up in the nostalgia. That is the reason why I cannot be 100% sold on a future black candidate. I can't. Not right now. Not right now. Like, I can't, right? Because I just can't. I've seen too much. And so seeing Obama, the Obamas, like up there in their beauty and their prestige and just there is a nostalgia that I am not willing to shake off. I appreciate how it makes me feel. I know they're not perfect. I know the politics. We'll get to that in a minute. But I will just say, God damn it, we all have our problematic faves. I will enjoy the feeling I get when I see them together and what it made me feel like when I was 18 years old and 17, when I was 17 years old, and I could not vote the first election for Obama. But I was able to see that night when Michelle was in that dress and he walked on that stage in Chicago. I will not forget that. I will not forget when Michelle Obama came to Penn right before the 2012 elections, and she gave that speech to us, and it inspired me. And I was 21 years old, and I got to vote for the first time. And my first vote, I cast it as a voter for president. My first presidential vote was for a black man that got reelected. I will not. I will forever cherish that. I'm sorry. You can get mad. You can get all whatever you want to be. We all got our things. Okay. Some of y'all have chosen lesser. That feeling, you can't. I'm sorry. I will stand by it. I didn't say stand by it. We'll stand by it. Because at the end of the day, before I get into the nuances of this and before I get to the other side of this, at the end of the day, he ain't the worst U.S. president. And as a black man like him, you know, we're in a country where black people are always set up to fail. They're given the keys to a country, they're given the keys to a job or role, and we're set up to fail. He was given the keys to turn us out of a Bush administration. And guess what? It could have been worse, but it was a whole lot better. And no president since him has been as good. Now, he fucked up on a lot of things as well. But one thing you can't say is that you cannot say this country was not in a better place for black Americans and for other people under an Obama administration. The country did a lot better than what it did under what the hell we got now. And so many of y'all love to skip over certain folks and go after him. And this is what brings me to the nuances of this. A lot of people are criticizing this monument. They say, oh, you shouldn't have a monument. It's ugly. It's imperialistic. It's this, that, and the third. Let me tell y'all something. Some of y'all progressives, some of you anti-black ass progressives and liberals, shut the fuck up. Because let me say this before I get into my read, because I got my critiques. But I want to tell y'all asses something real quick. A lot of y'all got so much mouth for Obama in ways that, and I noticed a pattern for black Democrats and black politicians. Y'all don't have none of that same energy for nobody else. Y'all don't. Y'all don't. The way that y'all go after Kamala Harris, look, she was the vice president. Was she perfect? No. I got so much critique for a lot of folks. But the way that y'all go, that y'all like blame her for everything, it just disgusts me. It do. Because y'all let other people get elected for president. And then people want to, and look, Ta-Nehisi Coates, listen. Y'all not having a Ta-Nehisi Coates level of critique and understanding about Kamala Harris. Y'all are not having those conversations. And you don't have the range and intellectual to have those critiques. A lot of people want to act like the levels to which people are critiquing black politicians. Black journalists, black people understand where Obama went left. You don't got to tell us shit. We know. And we can have those conversations and have them can have them better than y'all. Trust me, you could never read Obama better than a black person. We have our thoughts. But the way that you all try to act like you are having those same critiques, when some of it, I think, is an entitlement that is unearned by people who were not invested in seeing that man succeed. Hear me out. Because I'm going to say something, because this is my podcast, and I want to say, and I've been wanting to say this for a long time, but I think I've heard enough and seen enough online, I'm ready to say it. One of the things that annoy me about non-black progressives is that a lot of times when they critique Obama, right, their respective communities and coalitions do not back black progressives, black liberals in the same way that y'all do other people in other communities. But when a black person gets in office, you all expect them, as you should, but to a certain degree, a little misguided, that they're supposed to automatically address all of the issues and social ills of society because you're like, they know better because they went through oppression. True. But at the same time, there is this automatic expectation that they're supposed to understand your plight and serve it to the level to which you want it, even though you've put no skin game. You've done no actual investment. You've done no support of them. You've done nothing to engage them because half of y'all, most of y'all don't even believe in them. And you got anti-blackness where you don't really like them anyway because they're black and you don't want to address that you have racial bias in your critique, but you don't invest in them. But the moment they get in office, you then want to tax them with all types of critiques about what they do in different countries and global affairs and things. And while those things are fair critiques, what's interesting to me is, did you ever give a fuck about them to begin with? Did you ever believe in them to begin with? Did you ever root for them to be where they are? But then once they get in, you want to expect everything from them. As anybody who's black in any space around service community, I can't tell you how many times that black folks are always the fucking mule of the world, where we're always in positions where even when we're speaking on issues that impacts us, right? Because everybody knows that when black people go in the room and we oftentimes advocate for racial justice, the justice oftentimes do not hit black people the same. There's been more groups in America that's benefited off of Obama's policies than the very black folks that he's in community with. But oftentimes that is the irony, right? That in the pursuit of betterment for ourselves, other people benefit. You think about the civil rights movement. White women have benefited more from affirmative action than any other group. Diversity, equity, inclusion programs have benefited so many more people than black people. You look at college admissions in America, at prestigious colleges and institutions. Black people are still not getting increased numbers in enrollment at those schools. But you can see other racial demographics and other underrepresented groups benefit at higher numbers than their respective base. Even though critical race theory, affirmative action, DEI were all spearheaded and led largely by black people. And so when I hear certain people dump on Obama about all the things he didn't do for this group and that group and all that, while those critiques are clear, I will ask all those respective communities, were you there advocating for him and holding him accountable to that? And were you there to support his success? And what's also very telling is that so many other people get left off the hook. I don't see as many people having as much critique for all these other folks. When other people had their libraries where there's so much public backlash and argument and debate and discourse, when Bush had his library, was there all this conversation about him being a war criminal and where all that? I'm not saying that it can't be for Obama. I just find the disproportionate amount of ritual and critique around these things. Every president gets a monumental library. If you don't like them for any president, then just say that. But to act like it's an Obama thing is very telling to me. Every president gets a library. Every president gets a monument. Every president gets all of those things. They do. They do. But the moment the black president gets it, now we want to have these larger conversations about what monuments mean and should presidents get them and should they get these things and being egomaniacs. Like, get the fuck out of here. Anybody who's the president of the United States is an egomaniac. You have to have a huge-ass ego. Don't act like Obama is something special in that regard. Every president, anybody who wants to be the president of the United States has an ego. Trust me, Michelle Obama can read Obama's ego better than anybody else, honey. We all know that. The man has a big head, literally and figuratively. You're not saying anything new. But it makes me wonder, why him in such a way? Why is there a hyper focus on him? And there is a level of anti-blackness that will always creep up in these conversations. And that is why I am very mindful of how I talk about Obama with certain people. Like, I'm not going to talk to non-black people about Obama, and I just won't. Because I just know that the energy, the way that you all talk about Kamala Harris, listen, it would never be. Kamala Harris continues to get protests about Palestine. But you know who don't get as many protests like that? Biden. They don't run up on Biden like they do Kamala. They don't. They don't, Bush has been able to go out somewhere in the wilderness and paint fucking pictures. I'm not joking. He paints pictures. And he does not get the same level of heat. Obama is still out here trying to get people to get out the vote. He still is out here endorsing and backing people because he knows how much influence he still has on a generation of people. I want to say cut him some slack, but he is the president, so he doesn't need no one to cut him some slack. But I'm just saying, can we just keep that same energy, y'all? Can we just be even? Can we not act like it's all one way or the other? Just saying. So my deep concerns about this. Y'all know I got family in Chicago. My family is originally from Chicago. That neighborhood that they're putting the monument at, there is a lot of concerns about the pricing out of folks in that area. It's a fair critique because I do, in many ways, want to celebrate the Obama Presidential Center. But if you know about that neighborhood, right, it's in an area called Woodlawn. Woodlawn is losing a lot of black residents. That neighborhood used to have which has about the same population as a decade ago, is seeing a decline in black residents. At the same time, there's an uptick of white people moving into that neighborhood. There has been a lot in Chicago. Chicago has had efforts to keep housing affordable in Woodlawn, and it falls short because the Obama Center opening ceremony happens, right? Woodlawn is a historical black community in Chicago's South Side. I was born in the South Side of Chicago. That's where I was born. 26,000 people live in that area just south of the University of Chicago. And there's a conversation happening, right? That residents there, they've warned the city that the Obama Presidential Center, which is built in Jackson Park, could fuel a wave of investment that would drive up the rents and push those lower income tenants out. Like more than 5 years ago, it has gotten way more expensive to live over there. The residents have said the rents have gone up. The neighborhood has not gotten much better. And there's been no significant improvements to public spaces, local businesses, or even, dilapidated vacant lots. And what's even more problematic is that the city's pilot program for the tenants was intended to give the right of a first refusal to provide renters a chance. This was a program that was supposed to ease the tenants' path for home ownership, giving them several months to organize and secure a bank loan if they wanted to. Well, the Department of Housing has no record of any landlord in 5 years filing a notice warning the city or their residents that they are selling their building. And what makes it even worse is that the city of Chicago did not do anything about it. This is a law that allows the city to fine landlords who violate it up to $1,000 a day. But the Department of Housing has no record of them enforcing those penalties. So as a result, housing prices, a lack of compliance, accountability has made all of this impossible. So there's a struggle now. Local residents, experts, everybody is saying that the program suffered not only from poor oversight, but a lack of financial support for low-income residents who cannot afford significant down payments. And this is all happening right now in Chicago, all happening in the area where this monument is being placed. And so, again, we talked about gatekeeping. Earlier. We talked about economic opportunity. We talked about excluding. Black Chicagoans in their neighborhood, in the pursuit of trying to gatekeep a neighborhood, put this black monument, it's now pushing them out. It's now have excluded them. And so now a bunch of white progressives and hippies, right, and liberals and white folks that want to feel good about themselves are going to now gentrify and take over this predominantly white neighborhood, go to the Obama area and tell those black people, I'm not racist because, I would have voted for Obama another 4 years. The irony. And there you have it. Nuance. A lot to consider. The struggle is real. It's hard to take in. And there you have it. Moving along. So there's been some media, interesting things happening in the media world. A crazy media change. So the UK, the United Kingdom, has announced a comprehensive ban on social media for children under the age of 16. It's being spearheaded by Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who's about to leave as Prime Minister. Interesting times for him. But the policy is slated to take effect by spring 2027, and it's requiring platforms to implement strict age verification tools. So what's being banned is that there are apps primarily designed for social interaction. 16 to 17-year-olds, while not outright banned, older teens may face default restrictions on live streaming interactions with strangers to prevent sudden access jumps at 16. There's also potential future rules. The government in the UK, this is the United Kingdom, is also reviewing potential overnight curfews and limits on infinite scrolling for teenagers under 18. It's happening. This UK social media ban is happening. A lot of people are debating whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. Look, personally, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I'm personally okay with it because, why not? Why not? Why not? I think it's okay for the kids to go out and do other things. Go read books. I must say, personally, I am maybe the last generation to not have our entire world dominated by social media. Personally. Something to think about. But I got to keep it real. I got to keep it real. In my generation, we did not have social media until the tipper end. So like when I turned 18, that's when I first got a Facebook account. I had MySpace when I was around 17, 16. But it wasn't like my entire life. Like when I was on MySpace, for those who remember MySpace, like I got Facebook my freshman year in college. Crazy enough. I did not have a Facebook then. And I also think that was around the time that Facebook was like, you had to go to college. Like you had to have a college account. Like I think it was around the time they first started opening up to everybody else. But like Facebook used to be like for college people. You could not get a Facebook account unless you went to college. Do anybody remember that? Remember that? You had to go to college. It was very, talk about elitist, right? Or exclusion, or exclusionary. They weren't gatekeeping it. They were excluding people, right? But anywho, it was it was a time. And when I remember my MySpace era when I was online. It was like you would go on there for a couple of hours, you would just go on and check it. But then you did everything else with the day. Like I was never like online all the time. Like I remember watching YouTube videos when YouTube was very different. But like I went outside. I was outside. I went to the roller rink. I went to the mall. Oh, I missed the mall. I went to the mall. I would go. There was so many like fun, cool outdoor things like miniature golf. There was all these like indoor arcades were fun. Like Dave and Buster's. Oh my goodness, I remember Dave and Buster's. Dave and Buster's would be epic. In Houston, there was a place called Funplex, which I heard closed down, which broke my heart because Funplex was like the best thing ever. Funplex, okay, anybody who ever seen the Disney movie Pinocchio was like Pleasure Island for like kids. I loved Funplex when I was growing up. Funplex was like this genius idea. So basically, Funplex was like this. It was an indoor amusement park vibe. Like there was a big ass indoor carousel. There was a movie theater, a roller rink, an arcade, a bowling alley, all in one building. And it was all indoors because Houston was hot as hell. So for you to be able to go indoors, like honestly, when I was younger, my mother would give us some money and we would go there and spend the whole day. And we would play all damn day. Like we would do everything. We would ride the carousel, the carousel ride. We would go down the slides. We would play an arcade. We would go to the bowling, the roller skating. We would go to the movies. And there was dollar movies. Remember dollar movie theaters? There would be dollar movie theaters. And we would go and we would hang out with people and we would break up with people. And we would date people, whatever that meant to be young. But you had experiences and you got in fights and you teased people, you made jokes, but we just had it was just very social. And yeah, we would come home and I would go on my MySpace page and there used to be rankings of friendships and things. And so you would put your people in your top 5 and we no longer was friends with somebody, you took somebody off and that was like a scandal. Oops, so-and-so took somebody off. And whoever was your number 1 was either your best friend or the person you was dating. Yeah, it was messy. I did some very interesting things back then. MySpace was messy, and I lived for MySpace. I remember I had somebody on my MySpace that was my number 1, but there was a relationship with somebody else, and it was messy. It was messy, but that's another story for another day. But social media was just so different. Like it was a part of our lives, but it wasn't our entire lives. My younger brother, a different world. He is so different about social media. Like he's everything has to look an aesthetic. He's on there, he's not on there. He's very curated. He curates his pictures a certain kind of way. Like he uses social media very different than how I use it. But I just think about millennials, man. We as millennials, we ruined, I don't know, we got we were like in this weird spot where social media dominated our 20s, but it did not dominate our teenage years. Like, at least mine didn't. Like I talked to Mr. Johnson, they got a little bit more into it, but like Gen Zers, like social media is like, my God, the world was so different. We were like, before social media was the internet, right? So it was all about the world of internet porn and like protecting people from cyber stuff like that. Like that was like the thing. And then social media came around, but we weren't so deep into the weeds of the harm of social media at that point yet. Like 2010, I went to college and the movie The Social Network came out. And remember, the way in which we talked about The Social Network was all about how cool Mark Zuckerberg was. We were not talking about how much of a piece of shit he is. Now there's going to be a whole new movie called The Social Reckoning, and now there's a reckoning, and now everybody does not like Mark Zuckerberg. But when I was a freshman in college, Mark Zuckerberg was cool. It's just interesting how the world evolves. But that was literally 16, 15 years ago. A whole generation of people are going to see him in a different way and talk about him in a different way. Funny. So I say all this to say that I think the social media ban is cool. I'm not too much against it, quite frankly. I'm not that against it. personally. There's that. So local politics, there's so much going on, y'all. So much going on in Philly. I don't even know where to begin. I don't know where to begin. I guess I'll start off with the Pennsylvania Supreme Court decisions. There's been some major decisions that were made that got people having different debates and conversations. There was one that does stand out to me. The big one that I'm talking about right now is slot machines. Slot machines. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court decided that skill games are slot machines. Now, I didn't know what the difference were, but quote unquote skill games. These were machines that were at stop and goes, smoke shops, convenience stores, delis, poppy stores, okay? And basically, these machines are predatory. They pretty much create problems. And everybody knows that skill machines, they're basically another form of gambling. They call them skill machines, but they're really much slot machines. And that's what the Pennsylvania Supreme Court decided. So this is going to not put them in already problematic neighborhoods, right? They're already dealing with poverty, crime, and violence. And they're predatory because they put them in these neighborhoods that are dealing with financial, socioeconomic strife and hardship, right? And so you put them there and it increases gambling, right? They're oftentimes connected with alcoholism. Oftentimes that leads to all types of crimes and other issues. But we know what they are. They create nuisances. And so Mayor Sherrell Parker put out a statement criticizing it. I agree with her on this, on her stance on it. What I will say, though, is that there is some interesting controversy because the governor is I think he's a little pissed about this because these slot machines, right, or these skill machines, whatever they are, right, they are often used to generate revenue to fund public education, other things. And the Parker administration is going to Harrisburg on Monday to, I guess, make it clear to the state that they want more funding for public education. It should be noted that the state is currently in conversations for their budget. So that's happening as well. So there's a lot going on right now in Harrisburg and in the city and the state. But one of the things that's happening politically around this is that politically, the Parker administration criticizing the slot machines, Governor Shapiro might look at her and say, well, how do you think you're going to get this extra money? Because gambling, things like this, while people may not like it, it is pumping revenue for those types of expenses, but at what cost, right? And so that is the struggle. That is the $1 million question. Where do we move from here? Where do we go with this? That's going to be the thing that's going to be on people's minds as we progress. So we'll see. But other things have also happened with the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, and this is around Larry Krasner. Krasner's been going through it. His office has been going through it. And there are some people that feel like there's not been much backlash from the progressives on this issue. Well, Krasner's fucked around and maybe has found out, as some would argue. There's been a lot happening with some of the moves he's had. And basically, there was, in the Commonwealth versus Brown, Justice Kevin Dougherty, along with Justices Sally Updike Mundy, Kevin Brobonson, and Daniel McCaffrey, denounced Krasner and his office for a pattern of misleading and mendacious filings to undermine the criminal cases of murderers and other convictions. Basically, defendants filed for relief under Pennsylvania's Post-Conviction Relief Act. Now, this act allows for the adversarial process to determine whether the defendants should receive new trials. What has been claimed is that the district attorney's office routinely abandoned the field, leaving defendants essentially unopposed in their demands. So the Supreme Court wrote that these concessions rob the public of, quote, the benefits of opposing advocacy. So they alluded that Krasner's possible political and ideological motivations in pandering to the far left, they said, quote, when relief is not dictated by the record and law, but merely advocated for personal, political, ideological, policy, or other non-legal reasons, a prosecutor's concession does not minister justice. It facilitates injustice. So the justices cited a pattern by which, since 2018, they're saying Krasner's office conceded relief in roughly 100 murder cases, like the one that was brought up in issue. They found that his office engaged in, quote, numerous instances of untrustworthy concessions, lack of candor, misrepresentations of fact, lack of adequate investigation, and avoidance of hearings. And the problems are poised to continue. It's a mess. It's a mess. And these are Democrats who spoke out, about this behavior. And it's an interesting moment, for him. His staff, the stuff that's happening, there's a lot of changes happening, and Krasner is going through the motions right now. It's been a rough week for him. It's been a rough week for him across the board, because now they're ruling that the attorney general has oversight over cases that the DA wants to overturn. Now the attorney general do. So now what they are stating is pretty much is that the attorney general will now have oversight over cases that he tries to overturn. This is the case that involves LeVar Brown, who was found guilty of the murder of Michael Richardson in 2004. In 2005, another jury found him guilty of the murder of Robert Crawford, right? Brown sought relief through the Pennsylvania Post-Conviction Relief Act. His first attempt was denied, but then a second time he sought relief. The DA's office agreed that Brown was entitled to a new trial. But when the family members of the victims heard about this, they asked the state Supreme Court to intervene to review the concession. And they realized they reversed the order granting Brown a new trial. So now, Dave Sunday, the attorney general, who is a Republican, said this: the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania exercised its King's Bench jurisdiction to review the case. The court held that the district attorney's office's concession was not reliable, and it had failed to disclose material evidence, submitted a false stipulation, misrepresented facts, and opposed a required evidentiary hearing. Messy. Messy indeed. See, listen, I tell people all the time, two things can be true. You can say, look, I like Krasner as a DA. Some people can like him. But at the same time, you cannot ignore some of these other problems. And these problems are glaring. Glaring. And people need to explore why. Something to be said here. People are leaving. His office is having multiple people leave. There's been some departures out of his office since everything went up in smoke. Just something to consider. Something to consider. I've been paying attention. I've been noticing it. There's been a lot of talk about Krasner in the news lately. It seems like people are wondering what is it a situation where people are concerned that, hey, Krasner might be trying to run against Cheryl Parker. Does this mean that people are going to zoom in? There's going to be more stories about Krasner, as there might appear to be a situation that folks are beginning to think, hey, is he getting a little bit too far ahead? A former supervisor in his office has been suspended in federal court. And this is happening right after the situation with the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania getting involved in its ability to overturn old convictions. A former supervisor and the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office is suspended from the region's federal courts. She's been suspended for 3 years. This is Nancy Winkleman, by a panel of federal judges who found that she was complicit in efforts to mislead a federal judge while seeking to overturn the death sentence of a man convicted of killing an East Mount Airy couple in the 1980s and allow him to serve life in prison instead. It's very telling. It's very telling. Mm, mm, mm. Mm. It's going to be an interesting time. Interesting time. Interesting time. But we're going to keep our eyes on that case. Both cases. See how this plays out. Especially given the fact that now his powers have been limited once again on the state level. But moving along. Cindy Bass, council member Cindy Bass, is still the ward leader in the 22nd Ward in Mount Airy. So there was a lot of controversy because last week there was an appeal process to do a revote against her opponent, Octavius Price. Now, Octavius Price is a progressive. He ran for ward leader against Cindy Bass. Now, the week before last week, actually, nearly 2 weeks ago, there was controversy because Cindy Bass basically declared herself the winner of a vote that was a voice vote that sounded very confusing to the point that somebody asked for a recall. Now, according to the Democratic City Committee rules in Philadelphia, if a recall is called to the floor, right, then there should be an actual recall. Like there should be an actual a vote for a voice vote. Like basically, for example, what happens, what she did was, for those in favor, say aye. There was aye. And the voice vote can say, if you hear enough, if the ayes have it, if it's loud enough, you can be able to determine the winner. In this case, the voice vote suggested division, meaning that it does not sound like the ayes had it, because the nays also, like, it just sounded like they could not discern who won. So there was a call for a recall vote, which meant that they were going to make people have to, in the room, they were going to do a count by hand, like basically do a numerical count of the yays and the nays. She refused to do that. And she just basically declared herself the winner, and she just ended it. Well, they did the revote. There was an appeals process. Octavius Price, who was a challenger, he won his appeal. So basically what comes next is that he got the opportunity, which happened last Wednesday, at 8:00 in the Brady building, to be able to pretty much do the revote. Several things happened. There were 3 votes, 27. They tied 3 times. I had newly elected first vice chair of the Philadelphia Democratic City Committee, Sharon Vaughn, who's a former city council member. Bob Brady got reelected as, leader of the party. Despite people calling for change, it didn't happen, y'all. Brady got elected, okay? And the reason why, to be clear, is because there's not enough different ward leaders. Like, there is an overwhelming majority of ward leaders. They voted for Bob Brady. Despite his failures, there is speculation. He has suggested that he's not going to run for re-election, that this 11th term, which he will be at 44 years, he will eventually, this will be it. Sharon Vaughn, who is currently the first vice chair, she got elected. She succeeds Janie Blackwell, who is much older. Janie Blackwell was the first vice chair. And I don't think she ever had any desires to be the leader of the party. But Sharon Vaughn has plans to. I interviewed Sharon Vaughn on the record with Ernest Owens on 96.1 FM, 900 AM, progressive Black Talk Media. So she came on the record on my episode this past Sunday, and I interviewed her about the process and her future and the party and things of that nature. She's expressed very clearly that she has desires to be the next leader of the party, a Black woman. How nice. And I wouldn't be against it because Sharon Vaughn definitely knows, she definitely knows the politics. She definitely knows, she was elected. She has worked on several campaigns. She's been in the mix for years. She knows Philadelphia politics very well. And she could bring, a good medium. She works across the aisle. She has good relations with people in the Working Families Party. She, wants to compromise. She wants to find a healthy balance. And she's very clear on what the critiques are with the current Democratic Party. So I'm very interested in what she has to say. She works for State Senator Sharif Street. She did support him for his bid for Congress, but was very candid and open about understanding what were the concerns about that race and ward leaders and all the things. So she was there presiding over the ties. There were 3 ties. They just no one would not move on their vote. He had 27. Octavius Price had 27. Cindy Bass had 27. They did not want to flinch. Neither one of them wanted to relinquish the vote. Very telling. Neither one of them wanted to, their people stood by them. And honestly, what that revealed was that Cindy Bass should have definitely did that revote. She thought she had the votes. They were going around telling people she had the votes. She did not have the votes. She never had those votes. It was a tie 3 times in a row. And at one point, Sharon Vaughn said that she was ready to flip a coin because she was just over it, But instead, Cindy Bass and Octavius Price stepped outside, had a conversation, and they reached a deal. So the deal was, the deal was that Cindy Bass remained ward leader. He became the ward chair. She was ward leader. He was ward chair. For those who don't know, the ward chair is pretty much the second in command. They're like the vice president. They're like the vice chair. But ward chair is basically the person that supports the ward leader in voter getting out the vote and things of that nature. So basically, both of them have secretaries. So the ward leader gets a secretary. The ward chair gets a secretary. So basically, that's how they did it. There are now, it's 4 positions, and now half of that ward leadership is progressive, and the other half is the current leadership of Cindy Bass. Here's why this matters. Whoever would have won ward leader would have had the control and the power to pick who would have been the ward chair. And then they would have been able to pick the secretaries and all the people in position. They would have held over the whole thing. By Cindy giving Octavius Price and coming to that deal with him on it, both of them get what they want. It is a sweet deal because here's the thing. If they would have flipped the coin and let's say Cindy would have won, right? Let's just say she would have won. Then guess what would have happened? Cindy would have picked her own ward chair and there would have been nothing given. Either one of the groups would have lost something. In this situation, it's a win-win. Granted, titles and positions in this regard don't hit the same. Because remember, both the leaders get to pick their respective secretaries. In this regard, because the powers are evenly distributed, ward leader still has a powerful position, but it's also a difference in expectation, right? And so this is a very healthy deal. We haven't heard of anything like this in recent years within the Philadelphia Democratic, City Committee, but it is something notable. Sharon Vaughn, applauded the compromise. She thought that it was a good, balance of power and acknowledging the changing tides. But for me, it brought up an interesting conversation within itself. And that conversation is more so that, and it's increasing more and more through time. But I don't really like the idea of elected officials being ward leaders. I wrote about this over 10 years ago when I was a columnist at Metro, but I've never been in favor of this double power. I don't think elected officials should also be ward leaders. I think that it's not a good thing. I think it's a conflict of interest. And over the years, I have said that there will be problems, and now we have a problem. Sharon Vaughn, in so many ways, agreed with me. She didn't outright say that there shouldn't be, but she just said that to be a ward leader is a very serious job. It requires a lot of attention. And when you're focused on one thing, something else will suffer. And I do think that Cindy Bass has suffered as a ward leader because she's been focused on trying to be a council member. And as a result of that, that's why voter turnout isn't as high. That's also why the people that she endorses don't actually go for the people that the party endorses. It's very interesting. So we had a very great conversation about open wards and closed wards and ward leaders and all these things. But I think personally that the Democratic Party needs to figure this out. I don't think elected officials should be ward leaders. But if you do allow elected officials to be ward leaders, then maybe all the wards should be open. Then you should open up the wards. This kind of reminds me of the compromise that was had around the discussion around term limits. If you want elected officials to be able to run as many times they like for different positions outside their own while they're elected, then you should also have term limits. And if you're not trying to have term limits, then I don't think elected officials should not be able to resign the run. I think if you're going to kill resign the run, then you need to put in term limits. Otherwise, you're going to have a free-for-all for political power where they're going to be able to run as many times they want while also being in office as many times they want to hold on to power. I think there needs to be checks and balances. And I think in this situation, I think it will be interesting that the Democratic City Committee, my modest proposal should be, they need to figure out exactly what they want to do. If you want elected officials to continue to hold these seats, then you need to open up the wards. I think that's a more democratic way of doing it. Otherwise, I would be okay with cutting elected officials. No elected official should be able to be a ward leader. And if wards want to have the ability to be open and closed, give them that agency with that in the conversation. So I think it's a give or take. I think to me, there has to be a middle ground. And right now, that's the problem we're having in Philadelphia. Nobody wants to find a middle ground to do it because no one's going to have their way all the way in this city. But no one can have their way the whole way. And so that's how I feel about resign the run. If you want to kill resign the run, then let all city employees, not just incumbents or elected officials, Let all city employees be able to resign to run. And if you're going to do that, then you need to have term limits. Simple. That's the hill that I'm going to ride on, for sure. And then before we get into Ask Ernest, because I know y'all have that burning question, and I want to talk about it. I have thoughts about it. My thoughts. Keeping it 1,000. Keeping it all the way 1,000. The Third Circuit Court has supported an appeal in favor of Trump when it comes to the slavery history panels in Independence Mall. For those who've not been following this, there's been an ongoing battle in Philadelphia with the Park administration and with the Trump administration regarding these panels that are up there at the president's house, which tells the true story of slavery and George Washington. It's been controversial because the Trump administration is in the business of trying to erase certain history, and they want those panels removed. They've been removed, and then at one point in time, they were told to go back up. But now a Third Circuit Court has ruled that pretty much Trump has the right to determine on those federal properties what type of history can go up. And so now the only way to fight this and take it to the next level is to take it to the Supreme Court. I guess people have been surprised by my stance on this, but here is my stance. I don't think that the city should waste taxpayer dollars and more money to fight this in court. I think that they should focus actually on something else. I think there's a different conversation that needs to be had. And for me, the conversation that needs to be had is, one, the cards are stacked up against us legally. 2, this is a waste of money. 3, is the juice worth the squeeze? I don't think so, because at the end of the day, the Supreme Court, if we, at the very earliest, we could get them to look at this, would be the summer of 2027. So that means we're going to go a whole nother summer, a whole nother year of not having these panels. The Supreme Court is a majority Republican conservative court. So that also suggests that they could rule in support of Trump. And we're going to get another L, and we're going to waste millions of dollars wasting our money fighting this in court. To me, I feel, though, we have better fights that we could be having right now. And I'm going to get to those fights in a minute. But what I want to be clear on is that this is not a white flag of surrender. This is us having a strategic pause on this issue on the national front. What I think we should be doing and could be doing is, what if we actually made the absence of those panels a historical marker in the moment to tell people that this has been taken, and state the facts, the actual facts, and drive people to go find that history somewhere else? What if we took those panels and put them in the African American Museum and made an actual exhibit out of them to really drive the attention and drive traffic? I mean, this could be a great opportunity to really build some attention. Also, what if we actually made replicas of those panels and encouraged their placement in other museums and other public parts of the city that does not conflict with the federal mandate, so that in many ways we will keep this conversation on dockets and really draw a lot of attention, the same ways that people are going to the reflection pool to see a green ass pool. Could you imagine if we really made a symbol out of these things being missing and creating a conversation around finding them elsewhere and celebrating the heritage? That is our ability as Black folks with a museum like this to gatekeep this in a way that creates an opportunity for change. That sounds very optimistic, but I wonder, would that be a better use of our money, time, and efforts? I just feel like, okay, fighting Trump for the sake of fighting Trump is a cute flex, but it's also one that's just not realistic and also does not solve the problem. If the goal is to promote Black history in this types of ways, fighting them in the courts does not have the panels up. What if we put the panels somewhere else nearby? Like there's just other ways that we can direct history and draw attention. And I think that at this point, this ship has sailed. We know how the outcome is going to be. And to keep fighting Trump in court, knowing the outcome, what the outcome is going to be, is just kind of like, I don't know. I just feel like it's a different type of fight that I just feel like is a waste, in my opinion, with other ways, specifically on this issue, especially when this pales in comparison to the Parker administration wanting to challenge Trump on other policies that I think are more dire and more detrimental to Philadelphians. So while this was happening with this appeal, another thing that hit the ground was that the Trump administration is suing the city of Philadelphia, specifically regarding the bill, the ICE out legislation that City Council just passed not too long ago. This would actually prevent law enforcement from wearing masks when arresting and detaining people. There's been a lot of critique about how ICE have had a lot of mass vigilantes, or the appearance of them, coming out hooded, right, or covered. Cops on horses. Could you imagine what this harkens to? Arresting people, harassing people, a lack of accountability. It should be noted, and I mentioned this in previous episodes, that the Parker administration did not sign that particular piece of legislation, but signed everything else. In many ways, I think they were trying to dodge a bullet, or they thought that they were not poking the bear. What's interesting to me about this is that the Parker administration tries so hard not to poke the bear with Trump on one end, but then poking another, which lets me know there's hypocrisy, because Trump does not care whether or not you're addressing him on slavery panels, or whether you're addressing him on immigration, ICE. A poke is a poke. And I think, I don't know, this is my theory. This is my opinion at this point. This is not, this is my thoughts. I feel like the Parker administration is poking the bear with Trump on this matter, because I don't think they actually disagree with the mask coverings of officers. I low-key think that this is a compromise for the Philadelphia Police Department. I think they don't want to go against law enforcement in general. I think that they're okay with it. I think that they're complicit with it. And I think that the reason why they're not targeting law enforcement or ICE, because I think they're acquiescing to law enforcement in general. I think the reason why the mayor is choosing to talk about the slavery panels is because this is low-hanging fruit. This is a soft issue that does not have much pushback from the public. Many people are not mad at the mayor for doing it. They actually commend it. So I think she sees it as a political net positive. But if the mayor was actually critiquing ICE more publicly, there would be some divides in this city. Not heavy divides, but there would be some divides with some of the people that she cares about winning a vote with. And so I think that she knows that with a critique around mask wearing of ICE, it's also the mask wearing of officers and law enforcement. And I think she does not want to appear that she's aligning herself with the progressives on that issue. That's what I think. I just feel like the poking the bear argument just seems hypocritical, because I could see if the mayor didn't want to address the slavery panels or anything involving Trump, I can respect her consistency. Not necessarily the decision, but her consistency. But what's inconsistent is the fact that she wants to take Trump through the ringer over the slavery panels, but really not engage on the issues around ICE. And I think that's a hypocrisy, because it's like these things go hand in hand. There's exclusion and there's problems happening. And this is not how Philadelphia works. This is not how we look as a city. And to see so many people coming here thinking that this is how we get down, to have people it's not okay. It's not okay. And I also think that, again, they don't want to talk about ICE. They did not address or speak on the lawsuit around that. They've been focusing on the slave panels. Very telling. Very telling. So this week's Ask Ernest is connected to this topic that has really been My latest deep dive, actually. You all have noticed it. A couple of you have asked me about it. And that is FIFA. A lot of you are like, you've been posting a lot about FIFA lately. In my IG story, Instagram story. And it's a lot. It's a lot. There's always something that grabs my attention in a way that I don't know. I just go down a rabbit hole of just reading more about it. And I think so much of the topic has been rooted in its presence in Philadelphia. I talked about it last week, and I did post about it, as I did say I would. And many of you all, depending on if you're the Core 700, you'll see a post from me on Monday, sometime on Monday, talking about this in depth. But I've been wrapping my head around it because I had some really great conversations with some friends who are from Philly, native born Philadelphians and things. And there's been so many complicated feelings around it. And what I do when I write about something is I like to take the time to consider all the different angles, because I don't ever believe there's something that is always absolutely right or absolutely wrong. I mean, some things are just absolutely right, absolutely wrong, like racism, right? Or Trump. I think he's just absolutely wrong. I don't see how anybody can just redeem this man completely. But there are things that can have a net negative, but can have a positive allure. Or something can be very desirable and good, but can have quote unquote negative angles, right? Like speaking truth to power. It is a good thing, but there's a reason why everyone's not doing it, right? The fear of retaliation, rejection, social isolation, all these other things can happen when you decide to do that, right? And so with FIFA, I have understood, I feel like I have begun to understand the complication of FIFA in Philadelphia and what people don't get, what people don't understand. And I am attempting to unpack it and explain it in a very comprehensive way. I might land it. It never is perfect, but I'm trying. So, how do I unravel the complexities of it? Because you look at it and there's people like me, naturally, that's like, I don't understand how people are hype about this stupid thing. There's that sense of where I want to say, oh my gosh, those Lemon Hill residents who have to deal with this noise pollution and all this shit while their cars are getting towed and exploited by PPA. And city council people are trying to act like they don't know why that happened, even though they literally signed legislation city council, not once, but twice, because they ended the first time to give PPA the authorization to do that. Jeffrey Young. Just saying. It's just a fact. It's like, wait a minute. That was a city council bill, zoning, boring, not sexy, wasn't given a lot of attention, that actually authorized PPA and others to come over and do the shit they're doing in Lemon Hill when it comes to that. They knew that. And then this is a moment when city council likes to go, oh, we did not know that happened. That is so bad. But you gave the authority in the city council bill a couple of weeks ago. But, these are the things. They'll try to act like they don't know, but they knew. They knew, right? They just didn't care because these are the deals that get made, politically. So where do I begin? This week, you're going to see a lot of social media posts, statements, and press from the city of Philadelphia and the park administration touting numbers, crowd sizes. I guess before I dive in, I'm going to say this is a theme around sheep and shepherds. That's the theme of what I'm going into. Sheep and shepherds. Bear with me. You're going to get a lot of numbers. And the numbers are promising. They're going to tell you about, $1 million in concession stands in Philadelphia at the FIFA Fan Festival. in the past couple of days. They surpassed $1,000. I'm sorry, $1 million in sales. Some of the largest at occupancy numbers for the fan festival. 56,000 people, large crowds. Philadelphia does have the most successful fan festival gathering than any of the other participating cities. That's a fact. That's a fact. New York City isn't doing what Philadelphia is doing as far as providing this free gathering, right? So there are some watch parties in LA, but no one's doing what Philly's doing to create this experience, right? So we got that. Yay. They're going to talk about the number of people riding Indigo bikes that are like different. They're going to talk about the number of people that are flying. There's a 15% increase from this time last year of people that's coming into our airports and traveling. They're going to talk about how many people are riding SEPTA. They're going to talk about Amtrak travel. They're going to talk about crowds and numbers. Numbers, crowds, sheep, flock. No denying that. What you're going to hear the least amount is economic impact. What you're going to hear the least about is how much did the city pay for this or fundraise for this in private equity. What you're going to hear the least about is projection of economic impact to measure if what we're going to generate is going to match or succeed how much we're spending. You're not going to hear that. Which then begs the question, what was this for? There are going to be people that's going to say, folks like myself who are raising these conversations are negative Nancy's. They're going to say, oh, you're not happy about nothing. The mayor can do nothing right, Ernest. Oh, you're just so negative. This is all a positive. Like, look at the people having a good time in Philadelphia. It's a great time. It's a great time of the year. Okay. That's fine. I get it. I get it. I get it. But then I ask this question. Taking that in consideration, I ask this question. Or several questions, but this question. If the goal is not economic impact, then what is the goal? I would argue that the city is going to pivot from talking about economic impact on a large scale because the numbers are not there. Why are numbers not there, Ernest? I'll tell you why. Because FIFA is a cash grab for FIFA. FIFA has been doing this for a long time. You could go and read tons of articles, documentaries, all about FIFA and its freedom of money. They have been doing this long before they came to the US. It is a shit show. It's always been, or in recent years, it's been a problem. And other cities are feeling the burn of it. Philly might save itself from some of the burn because we did a lot of private fundraising. Philadelphia Soccer Foundation, some foundational nonprofit entity has been raising the money and the revenue to offset the cost so that taxpayers themselves aren't paying for it. We don't know how much they've raised and how much it's covering. We've heard that there's a $120 million investment, but it could cost more because I hear that there are other things that are showing up in this FIFA ordeal that's going to cost additional money that was not already budgeted for it. So there's a lot of questions about the costs. Also, the city has fallen back on projections. Administrators have said that Donovan West, the man who works for the administration, that's in their small business initiatives and all that, that they don't know where he got those numbers of a $700 million to $900 million projection. They don't know where he got those numbers from. They're not claiming those numbers that he had touted. So now the conversation or the goalpost has shifted. Whereas the conversation initially, when this was talked about in the very beginning of economic impact, right? Like, and when we mean economic impact, we mean that a lot of money is going to be generated, a lot of revenue is going to be generated, and that this is going to be a moneymaker for the city. Like the reason why most major American cities bring big festivals and invest so much money, time, and resources is because the goal is to generate, visibility, but also revenue, money. And a city like Philadelphia, who's the second poorest major city in America, this would be an opportunity to, stimulate the economy in the city on a massive, large level. And with an entity as global and as big as FIFA, the World Cup, right? Matches are here for over 30 days. One would assume there's going to be something that can be felt on a massive scale outside of vibes. Well, I'm here to tell you that beyond the numbers, it's not looking like that is going to be the case. Now, some of you are going to say, wait, people aren't going to make money? Pause. Money will be made, but not at the level or the impact that it would justify the money, resources, and energy to put this event on. Money will be made for some people, but it's not going to make the splash that was initially anticipated. So there will be a pivot, and the pivot will be on investment in joy, visibility, celebration. Don't we deserve a party? It will be a shift in recreational investment rather than economic impact. Prepare for the rhetoric to change. Prepare for the shift in conversation. Prepare for the goalposts to be moved, because it will move. It's already going to begin to move. The playbook is here already, and we're going to see it shift. It's going to be emotional driven. It's going to be driven in the name of good vibes, but it will not be driven by economic impact on a massive scale. The reason why, let's look at the audience. For starters, this crowd of people that's going to FIFA, which are soccer players, European, Latino, these soccer goers are not American tourists. They do not eat like us. They do not shop like us. They do not spend money the way we spend money. And time in and time out, countries, American cities, do not study their visitors, because FIFA World Cup came before Cheryl Parker was mayor. This is not her fault. We don't blame, we should not blame. I want to be very mindful that we don't blame Cheryl Parker, the mayor, or this administration for bringing FIFA here. This was done during the Kenny administration. Kenny wanted this, and Kenny, didn't really do too much research on FIFA, because if he would have did so, he would have avoided it like Chicago did. Rahm Emanuel is not a mayor that I like, okay? But a broken clock is right twice a day. Probably one of the smartest things he has said is that this is dumb money, meaning that when FIFA wanted to get Chicago, when they were in negotiations and Rahm was mayor, they were touting the fact that they wanted the city to pay for security, pay for these things, and they were not investing a damn dime. FIFA does not invest a damn dime into any of the things. You, as a host city, literally, you host them. You provide the resources. You provide the money. You provide the security. All they do is bring the event, but you pay for all the things to create and facilitate the event. For some cities, they got to come out their pocket. Philadelphia is, I think, coming out the pocket, but I also think they, like I said, they have a private fundraiser that has been raising the money to offset these costs. In other words, Philadelphia has had to pull resources and support and sponsors and things to generate the money to pay for this thing. And the crazy part is that they're not making any net money off of FIFA itself, like direct FIFA. So the TV shows, the airings, the broadcasts, the merchandise being sold, they don't get money off of that. What they're hoping to get money from are the visitors. Here's the thing, though. Our city, the type of economic impact that our city would need and what we would get from those types of visitors is not the same. So, for example, the Fan Festival, which is the biggest FIFA event outside of the actual, link, right, where the World Cup is playing. Outside of that, most of the money revenue is coming in concession stands. A lot of these people are not staying in hotels. A lot of these individual visitors are actually staying in Airbnbs in the suburbs. They are riding public transportation. They are riding bikes. It is cool, right? That's cool. But they're not really doing Ubers as much. They're not really doing the hotels in Philadelphia as much. They're not really doing the Airbnbs in Philadelphia as much. And in fact, hotels are actually doing worse than they would typically do without this weekend, because so much of the investment in blocks were given. Philadelphia hotels are actually reducing their rates than they typically would to try to get some asses in these beds. And that's regular folks that's visiting. But the types of people that are coming into the city, they don't eat, dine, and live like we do. Many of them are bundled in renting Airbnbs in the suburbs and other places. They collectively go out. Nobody is like solo or couples traveling in that way. A lot of them are coming as groups, and the way that they eat and dine is different. There's stories already of them going to Buc-ee's. They're fascinated with Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's is that, well, if you're from Texas, you know about Buc-ee's. But Buc-ee's is like basically, I don't want to compare it because I know my folks back home are going to judge me. They're like a Wawa and a Sheetz, but way better, way better. They're like a Wawa. They're like a Sheetz, but way better. They have their own merchandise. They have their own T-shirts. They're very popular. They have great snacks and things and sales. They're basically gas stations, but they're over the top. Like they got their own swag and merch and drinks and things. The people who are traveling in these areas, in these suburbs to get to Philly, they're going to places like Buc-ee's. They're traveling and they're going to these gas stations. They're impressed with the way we eat, sandwiches and things. They're having fun with concession stand type food. Their dieting habits are not at the scale. Like, they're not coming here in mass to try James Beard Award-winning restaurants. Like, they're not coming to Philadelphia in the way that Visit Philly would normally market Philly. They're going out, but they're not going to the target spots that would bring big money. So cheesesteak places are going to do well. Pretzel shops are going to do well. Pizza shops are going to do well. Fast food, fast casual, they'll do well. Some of these bars may do well depending on which bars we're talking about. There's some pubs, sure, but some of these more upscale, not so much. And so, interesting enough, there's been a lot of hot restaurants in the city that, because of all the FIFA fare, people have said they've been able to get reservations without having any problems, because of the fact that a lot of people have either A, left the city, or B, the people that are in the city are not dining at those places. And so the economic impact that you could expect from like a DNC is very different from the type of economic impact that could be brought from a FIFA World Cup, because there's two different types of consumers. American tourists versus international tourists. Soccer fans, they're here for the soccer. They're not really here for everything else. And so we're getting some play. Clearly, if you have this many people in a city, you're going to get some money. But the type of money you would expect from a crowd this big, it's not coming because this is a culture that is not the same as an American economic culture. And so there's an underwhelming in revenue that is happening. They don't want to admit it, but it is. What gags me is that one of the vendors, the catering group or whatever that's responsible with the American vendors, the Philadelphia vendors, they said they generated over $1 million in the past couple of days, like so far $1 million. And I'm sitting here like, well, you just said 56,000 people came a couple of days ago for one of the games, and a couple other people, $1 million? I want to say that's it. But then I'm also kind of like, well, of course you would sell that much that fast, slightly, or maybe that's too low. I don't know. But I'm just like, well, when you're selling your cheesesteaks for, $24 and you're selling your tacos for around $12, $13, and you're selling water from Dasani for $5, and you're selling margaritas for $17. I mean, you could get the money up that way, but $1 million is like, and that's a very highly populated area. And so if that's the economic impact thus far for concession stands for FIFA Fan Festival, not the main one, what does that say about the rest of the city and how the city's generating revenue beyond that? Which makes me realize that this is going to be underwhelming on an economic level. So then it begs the question, what is this for? What is this for? Who is this for? What is this about? And certain people I've talked to about this have told me things like, well, I'm just happy that the city for the first time has something nice like this. Like, we deserve to have nice things. And there is the nice things argument. The argument of Philadelphia wants nice things. We want nice things. And fine. Nice things. You want to say you had the FIFA World Cup and you're happy. Cool. That's one way of looking at it. But then it begs the question, is the juice worth the squeeze? Was it worth all these resources, all this money, all this investment that could have went to something else more needed? There's 1,000 things the money could have went to. But if you just want to say that we had the World Cup here and that's the flex you want to have, and that's the way that we have spirit in this city, is that our spirit comes from comparing ourselves to other cities when it comes to having these epic events, then I guess in that regard, that could be considered a major feat to some people. But I'm willing to bet that if people knew exactly how much these things would cost and really understood the impact of it all, would we all still be here saying the same thing the same way? That's the $1 million question I have. If everybody actually knew the truth about FIFA or what is actually happening right now, a conversation that the city doesn't really want to have, I could see why. There's another question. There's other things that we should be prioritizing. But then again, some people say, let's have fun. And I'm all about having fun. But measured, reasonable, not careless, not reckless, but in some case, we just know how this works. Philadelphia has been doing this for a long time, where we know we got to eat our vegetables, but then something shiny comes and we say, well, let's put the vegetables aside and go eat this candy. Well, can we afford the candy? Well, we'll figure that out later at another time. And this is what we do. And then when that other time comes, kind of like what happened with the pandemic money, the Biden money, that $1 billion surplus that we all thought we still had. Some people did not know. We do this like with the spending. And then eventually somebody has to foot the bill or reality sets in. And so all I'm saying is I am the omnipresent in the sense of I just want to be the guy for the record to just let people think and consider all the things, because that would be a disservice to you all as a journalist to know these realities and these possibilities and not say something, even if it's not popular, even if it doesn't feel good, even if it's uncomfortable. There should always be voices in any situation that says, hey, let's consider this, guys. Even if we choose not to, let's just remember what this all can mean. And in this regard, what I'm here to say, before the big reports come out and everybody starts talking weeks, months later, this isn't going to be the economic impact that people projected or thought or expected should be, given the amount of money, resources, and time and energy spent on it. So what will be the reframe? How will this be? They're going to talk about, look at all the people having a good time. Look at how good this Philadelphia looks. This is a Vanity Fair project. This is a publicity stunt at the highest level. This is all the things to raise the visibility, the excitement around Philadelphia on a vanity mission. It's a good look project. It makes the city look good, quote unquote. And so we're spending a lot of money and resources to make the city look good. It's not about making money. It's about making Philadelphia look good to the rest of the world, with the hopes that people will come back, with the hopes that people will want to invest more because we have these nice things. That is what this is. Nothing more, nothing less. And mayors make decisions on how much they want to invest or how much they want to do. But this is one of those projects where we need to reframe our mind and shift from economic impact to, I don't want to say publicity stunt as the word, image rebuild, visibility shifting. This is that tool. That is what this is for. This is an investment in Philadelphia's visibility, increased visibility. One could argue, do we need all this visibility? But who knows? But that's what this is an investment in. This is not an investment in the city's economic advancement or development or growth. It's not that. And so if you could reshift your thinking on it, maybe you can then taper down expectations. And so that is where my head is now. I don't agree with this personally, but I don't know what I would do if I was the mayor. And I don't know how her administration feels about this. I guess they're all trying to just rock it along. But I think that it is my duty as a journalist and as somebody who seeks truth to at least give the public a better, more honest, clear viewpoint. Because I don't think a lot of people know this. I don't think a lot of people understand what's happening here. I don't think a lot of people understand that when they walk into that fan festival, that when everybody's buying those t-shirts, those $100-something jerseys, when people are out here buying all that merch, none of that money is going to Philadelphia. It's not. Now, if you buy some candy and some cookies and some stuff, that will support the vendors. And those are local Philadelphia vendors. Yeah, concession stands in Philadelphia are making some money, some good money. But did we do all of this to raise money for concession stands and a couple of restaurants and a couple of travel opportunities? Did we need to do all? I mean, I think for me, I will keep saying this. I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze. That's my opinion. I think that Philadelphia has done other conventions and other events that have generated more revenue with the least amount, with less hassle, less controversy, less fuss, less things, and was definitely a better overall impact economically, visibility. But I think because the World Cup is so massive in its global reach, it's the closest we could get to the Olympics. Philadelphia will probably not have the Olympics here. But FIFA World Cup, I think to some people is the next big thing. I don't think it compares personally, but I think Philadelphia wants to have this Atlanta moment in 1996. And this is what they think is the closest to that. So, just some food for thought. Just some things to think about. I've seen a lot. I've read a lot. I know where my head is at on this. People will be in their feelings. They can stay mad, but don't be mad at me. Be mad at the reality. That's all. So, in other news, movies have been wowed. Toy Story 5. Listen, there's been mixed reviews on Toy Story 5. I have my thoughts about Toy Story 5. First of all, it has been doing phenomenal at the box office. It has crushed it. $312 million in the worldwide global box office. This is the second best for Pixar ever. Okay, Inside Out came in at $384 million. Toy Story 5, it's it's interesting, but impressive numbers. But Toy Story did wonderful work. It made $160 million in the U.S. And even though people have had its critiques, it's epic. It did not do better than the Super Mario Galaxy movie. So there's a thing, but there is something interesting. So Disney is saying that Toy Story 5 is the best global start of all year, right? But Universal Illumination's Super Mario Galaxy movie opened at 372 million worldwide. But here's the thing. Super Mario Galaxy movie global start includes Germany, Austria, and 2 days of domestic with Wednesday and Thursday, which Toy Story 5 did not have. So if you back that out, Super Mario Galaxy's weekend started at 302, and yes, Toy Story 5 is at 312 million. However, all studios, when they report a global opening, always include their midweek Tuesday previews if pertinent, and of course, Wednesday and Thursday domestic grosses. So, people cannot rewrite global box office reporting history by adding, subtracting days and territories. However, Disney's bragging about it, okay? And look, I saw the movie. I've seen it twice. I like it. Is it the best Toy Story out of the franchise? No. My rankings are as follows. I'm still struggling with my rankings, though. Toy Story 3, number 1. Toy Story 1, number 2. Toy Story 2, number 3. Toy Story 5, I think I'm going to put at number 4. And Toy Story 4, I'm going to put at number 5. I think Toy Story 3 is the greatest Toy Story film out of the sequel. And honestly, I struggle with the capitalism of Disney with these films and sequels because honestly, I think the Toy Story trilogy, the first 3 films, if they would have just stopped there, would have been the greatest trilogy of all time. Even Godfather 3, Part 3 was trash. It wouldn't beat it. Lord of the Rings is the trilogy, the greatest film trilogy. I think Lord of the Rings has it because Toy Story did not stop at 3. They should have stopped at 3 and would have been the greatest trilogy of all time. Now, I will say Toy Story, as far as a franchise with 5 films, I will say Toy Story is the greatest franchise of all time. Because I will say that a lot of other movies that have had 5 iterations have not touched this, okay? So what are the ones? I don't even know, child. Like, what, Pirates of the Caribbean? Definitely not. Even though I do like the second movie and the first one. Pirates of the Caribbean fell off quickly. Transformers, yeah, no. I mean, all these Marvel films, yeah, it's not to me. None of those are qualified. Goodness. Fast and Furious, no. They fell off after Tokyo Drift, but even those sequels got played out. I just really feel like Jurassic Park has its moments, but no. I think that Toy Story is the best franchise, in my opinion. I think it's the best franchise. That's what I'm banking on, in my opinion. Also, other things about Toy Story. Um, I do feel like they've made enough money that we're clearly going to get a Toy Story 6. Even though personally, I wish they would just wrap this up. Not that it's not good. It was good. I enjoyed it. It is a teardropper. It does play at the emotions. And if you are a millennial, you are going to get the feels. I don't, I think there's some critics that have been dragging it. It's divided. Half of the folks love it. New York Times loved it. I loved it. I appreciated it, right? Is it the best one? No. But with all of the sequels that have come out and have been dragged out, this one is okay. And you know what? It makes sense. Like each of the films have reason to it. Now, I do feel like it could be a little bit of overkill, right? Like they could have ended at the third. Like if you're talking like as a cinematic like story, like if you're just saying, look, artistically, aesthetically, first, second, third, we end with Andy, wrap it up. We got Bonnie though, and Bonnie has been a part of the second. So there's two types of Toy Story fans. There are Toy Story fans that watched all the Toy Story films, and there are Toy Story fans that stopped at the third one. And if you stopped at the third one, I don't judge you. I get it. But some of us just can't get enough. And so, yeah, like I saw the fourth one. I like the fourth one. I think the fifth one made me appreciate it because I got to understand this the new girl Bonnie who has the toys. I've heard, we don't know if it's going to be confirmed or not, that there might be a sixth one and they're going to end the Bonnie storyline with the third. So they do all of these films in thirds. But I was looking at these actors, and Tom Hanks is in his 70s. Joan Cusack is in her 30s. No, she's in her 60s. And Tim Allen as well, or something. Or maybe, no, I think Tim Allen is in his 70s. Tom Hanks is up there as well. And yeah, everyone's up there in age. Like Tim Allen, who was an interesting guy. Tim Allen is 73. Tom Hanks is 69, but he's actually going to turn 70 on July 9th. They're all getting up there, and they're all voicing these characters. Like Annie Potts is 73 years old. She'll be 74 later this year. And she used to be in Designing Women, Pretty in Pink. She was a baddie in her earlier era of acting. But this is what I mean. She's still the voice actress in Toy Story. As Little Bo Peep. She is Woody's love interest in the film. But they're all like still voicing these actors. And so I don't know if there's another sequel in these individuals. Like the last Toy Story came out in 2019. It's 2016. That is 7 years. So Annie Potts will be like 80. Tim Allen will be 80. Joan Cusack will be in like 70. Tom Hanks will be close to 80. Like, are they still going to be able to voice these characters? So, I mean, are they going to all be able to walk on the red? I mean, so that's because even seeing them walk on the red carpet, I'm like, they're still playing these characters 30 years later. The first Toy Story came out in 1995. So this film has grown up with me. It's grown up so much that Taylor Swift is out here putting up pictures of when she saw the first Toy Story as a little girl, and now she's old enough to write a song for the 5th installment. The song is number 1 on the Billboard Hot 100. She's on that Oscar campaign, like I told y'all she would. She's on the Oscar campaign. She's trying to get that Best Original Song Oscar. She's back outside. The song is good. It does work. I'm not hating on it. It works. She's the front runner for the Oscar for Best Original Song in the Film. I've already called this. I knew this was she wants an Oscar now, y'all. But like, it's just all this in perspective. I don't know. Like, maybe one more for the road, but we're pushing it. Because they're going to have to really speed up Toy Story 6 if they want to put it out. Because I'm getting a little worried about these actors. Like, are they going to still be able to do it? It's every year, Joan Cusack. I mean, listen, this is the money that keeps on money. I don't really see that many movies nowadays, but it's like, if you got a Disney Pixar bag, 3 decades, she's like, listen, she's been playing Jessie that doll for what, 25 something years. It's a bag. It's a bag. Tom Hanks, listen, Tom Hanks is one of the greatest American actors of all time because that man has had several bags, okay? Forrest Gump. I mean, Philadelphia was iconic. He's been in a lot of iconic films, so I can't say, but Toy Story has been like, he is Toy Story. Him and Tim Allen ain't been in no films of relevance in God knows how long. Buzz Lightyear will be the greatest role he's ever played. Meanwhile, Tom Hanks got like several iconic roles, the tale of 2 different actors. But it's just interesting to see this. So, look, I like the film. I think just enjoying it for the art that it is and the nostalgia, it works. The timeliness of the film works. It is worth the watch. But yeah. But I am also old enough to recognize it's like, let's maybe the 6th one we can wrap it up. We can wrap it up the 6th. Because I do feel like the way this ended, but I don't know what will be the new story. I don't know. They've been good at it. AI and all this stuff, technology. I will say that I was very impressed with how in the moment this film felt and how it made me just miss toys all over again. Like, no one's playing with toys. Like, you look at Christmas, like I think about my little brother who's the baby of the group, the baby. He's 16. I just think about how smaller and smaller his Christmas has gotten. Not that he didn't have as much money spent on Christmas, but how the gifts were fewer. Like when I was little, many of us, like, you had tons of toys, like a bunch of different toys, games and all types of stuff. But nowadays, it's like you got like 5, what they call the big gifts. And it's like a cell phone, or some new watch or some iPhone thing or whatever the hell it is. Like, there's all those things, and then some clothes, and that's about it. And I'm just like, you ain't got nothing to play with, like what? And so I think about that, like my little brother loved roll blocks or whatever that shit is. I'm just like, no real physical stuff over the years. I just remember being like, dang, he doesn't really have any, like, Christmas. I just remember it was a bunch of different silly toys, stuff that made a mess, stuff that made noise, and stuff that would break. That was the type of toys I played with. Stuff that can make a mess, Play-Doh. Stuff that made noise. All of those fun read-along books that made the music and sounds. And then things that you could break, Legos, right? Like, that was the type of stuff we had. It was, and then there was a honorable mention, stuff you can hug, like teddy bears. But those were how I looked at toys. You just, but we don't, it's very interesting. It's very interesting to see. Like, can we get some skates? What happened to rollerblades? I'm just saying. We used to be a creative society. So, but no, I appreciate that storyline with Toy Story 5. I appreciated it a lot. It was good. And it's funny because, like, the audiences that go see Toy Story, like, I'm at the age where people my age are bringing their kids. Like, their kids are going to see it. It's a family experience. I don't know another animated series outside of Lion King, but Lion King is different because Lion King sequels are not, like, it doesn't carry that type of cinematic, but Lion King as an experience, though, like, but I can't think of another, like, major film franchise, animated film franchise that has had that much of a lock on the cultural zeitgeist like Toy Story. Like, nothing is touching Toy Story as a franchise at this point. Like, there's been other sequels in films, but nothing has had the intergenerational crossover appeal and relevance than Toy Story. That is just, yeah. They got it. I gotta give it to them. It's the GOAT of that. And of course, I would be remiss if I don't announce that I have seen parts, not all. Don't ask me details. I can't say anything. Moana, the live action film with The Rock, is coming out July 10th. Disney is trying to take over again like they did last year. They are trying to take our money. They're taking it. They're taking it. Now, okay, I think, what is it? What do they say? Embargoed? Okay, I'm embargoed. I can't give any thoughts or reviews about that film. And even the way I'm talking right now can suggest thoughts. I am sounding the most neutral as possible. I'm not going to say anything about it. All I'm going to tell you is that Moana, the live action film starring The Rock, is coming out July 10th. We will talk about it then. That's all. That's all I can say for now. Now, with music, I do want to take some time to talk about Jay-Z, or Lazy, as I'm going to start calling him, because he's so lazy in his politics. But Jay-Z, we need to talk about him. So the boycott with Target is still on. I don't know what everybody else is talking about. I don't care. But I'm here to let y'all know that I don't shop at Target. Like, once it was a wrap, it was a wrap. And guess what? Life has been fine. As long as we're not boycotting CVS, we still good over here. Okay. Now I'm joking. I'll be down with it, But Target used to be cute. I used to remember the days at Target, but like, it's a wrap. And here's the thing: when you stop going somewhere and you really stay to it, you never feel the need to go back. Like, I listen, I haven't shopped at Walmart in like 16 years. I have not gone to Walmart. Like, I've had no need. I haven't had Chick-fil-A in God knows how long. Like, you realize it. And I've never really gone to Starbucks anyway, to be honest. I never was a Starbucks person to begin with. But once somebody show you who they are, a company, a brand, and it really is a betrayal, it's not that hard to let it go. It might feel like in the beginning, but then you find other alternatives. Like, people are always like, oh, Chick-fil-A chicken is so good. Where will you go? Listen, there are so many other great places. I like Popeye's strips, to be honest. I like their chicken strips. I do. I like Wendy's nuggets. I do. I just don't. None of these, like, I mean, my thing is, if this is such a very American thing, like, if y'all cannot resist shopping at a fucking store that violates and enables discrimination, then what does that say about our ability? Like, that's why this is why I say I can't take people seriously. There can be no real revolution. You all are not even willing to let go of material fucking things. Like, revolution requires putting bodies on the line. You all can't even put your fucking shopping habits on the line. Like, I can't even, like, I can't have these conversations. I cannot. I refuse. Like, people are like, oh, we need to, we need to revolt. We need to, please, please, like, please. You can't even resist shopping at Target. You can't even resist Starbucks Frappuccinos. Like, stop it. Stop it. Unserious people. Unserious ass people. Unserious. That's why we still have reform, because no one wants to do revolution. So you are fine with incremental change because you don't have the stamina or the mental capacity or emotional capacity to actually let go of fucking material things. I'm just saying. I just want people to challenge their thinking on these things. Like, when stuff happens, everybody's like, oh, I want to protest. We need to have a revolution to change things. We need to stop fascism. And you can't even stop shopping at brands that support these types of things. The revolution starts at home. The revolution starts with your fucking wallet. The revolution starts with your own lifestyle choices. Seriously, it do. It do. It actually do. Like, there's so many other places to shop. Like, I don't go to Target. I don't. I get stuff so many different places. I don't need to go to Target. I go to CVS. I go to other places to get things. I don't have to go. And guess what? So many other Black people have definitely stood on business, and Target has not been able to recuperate in the ways that it has. It is not, I mean, it makes money, but it doesn't make the kind of money it do. Well, until Jay-Z pops around, right? So Jay-Z is doing some special vinyl for, I think, the 30th anniversary of Reasonable Doubt. And he is doing it at Target. And he's selling it as an exclusive limited edition experience. And folks, rightfully so, are like, Jay-Z, here you go again, right? And of course, there are his stands who say, well, y'all didn't say that when so-and-so sold it at Target and this, that, Target. First of all, some of the people they're noting is that those special edition vinyls for some of those artists, those rappers y'all talking about, those vinyls were other places. Now, J. Cole had something and people criticized it last year. I remember that conversation, okay? He did. But here's the problem with stands, and this is what I'll always say about those who get defensive about politicians, right? Here's what I will say. Do any of the people that, these random people that y'all like to pull out of your magic little hat of excuses, do any of them hold the cultural impact, influence, and legacy and power that demands of Jay-Z? If so, please let me know. Because I thought there was one Hove. I thought there was only one Hove. I thought that he was the, like, I'm just trying to understand. Okay, now that we've addressed that, then we didn't understand that there's a different expectation to which this person sets themselves at and the power to which they hold, which therefore means to compare them to any of these mere mortal of rappers and entertainers that some of y'all know or don't know is irrelevant. Like, if we're going to keep comparing them to Jay-Z to what some random bumblefuck mumble rapper is at any given time, then what makes Jay-Z so great and worthy of the conversation? Oh, no. He is, right? A big deal. I mean, he is the person that we debate whether we do, $1 million a dinner with. He has so much knowledge and wisdom. He plays chess, not checkers. He is such a cultural force. He literally is a gravitational force of the culture. So if that is what he is, then why we need to drop the comparisons right now. Right. We should not be talking about what some random person who has no level, not a iota of cultural relevance or power that this man possesses. We shouldn't even compare him. So let's not compare who else did it. We don't fucking care. We don't care what everybody else did. We didn't know. We didn't buy it. And guess what? No one else talked about it because they were not as relevant because they're not Jay-Z. So now that we address that Jay-Z is in a league of his own, let's get back to the conversation at hand. Shall we? So Jay-Z has put himself on a pedestal, but we also have held him in a different conversation. We don't just talk about Jay-Z in terms of music or rap. He's bigger than music. He's bigger than hip-hop. He is a cultural force, and he is somebody who has a lot of influence, and he is somebody that has at least presented himself as someone who is where the people are and where the culture is, and what he do sets the foundation. If we're not doing auto-tune, because he said death of auto-tune, then auto-tune became no longer cool, right? Like, that's the way in which Jay-Z has shifted. He's influenced the way people look at hip-hop culture and entrepreneurship in the hip-hop culture, and even how Black entrepreneurship can look, right? He's influential. When people think of Black wealthy men that they know of, whether they aspire to or not, Jay-Z is always going to be in the top conversation. Like, when we think of Black wealth or excellence in that regard for men, Jay-Z is in the conversation. I mean, whether you agree with his ethics or not, you're just not going, Jay-Z's not off the conversation. This is a man who has access to, he's chilling with the president of the United States, not Trump, but, in the past. This is a man who can be with the elites and work alongside the likes of Harvey Weinstein, but also be the man that is married to the greatest living performer of our generation. Like, he's a package, and what he do shapes things, right? And his fans will tell you that and remind you of that. And even if you're a hater of Jay-Z, you cannot deny Jay-Z's cultural pull. So we've established what makes him who he is. So anything else Beyond, but if is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. As somebody who is great in my own regard and what I do, I know that I can't do what other folks in my industry do. Like other folks that are out here, other local journalists in Philadelphia can do things and no one will care because no one's paying attention. I recognize that everything I write, I type, I post matters to people. It do. It do. It will be a debate. People have made me that relevant. I know my haters are sick, but you all have done it. Like I know that my biggest supporters live for it because this is what they wanted. But like I am someone of public notoriety on a level that other journalists in my city do not carry. They want to, they wish they did, but they don't. I can like a post and it means something. I can retweet someone on my social media page and it will carry weight. I can go to an event with an elected official or a political candidate and people will debate and discuss what that means and if I'm endorsing them or how popular are they. A person can take a selfie with me and somebody will give them a phone call and say, why was he there? What are you doing? Do you know about Ernest? Like, that's who I am. I know who I am. I recognize who I am, whether they want to agree, but my haters have made that happen. My supporters have made that happen. My work has made that happen. I am relevant. I'm that bitch. Like, that's just what it is. And that's just what it is. And how do I know? Because I can be looked at in any social media portal and there's threads of people having debates and conversations about me. And not just about what I write about, but just about me. What I dress, how I dress, what I eat, what I don't like, how I talk, my nails, my Telfar bags. Like, I am a conversation. Like, my actual body is a conversation. Me losing weight is a Reddit discussion. That's not normal for most people. And so when you recognize your presence in the culture and in the world that you occupy, like when I left Eater, it was a headline story. Like the Philadelphia Inquirer thought that it was so important to let people know that I had left Eater. You know how many people leave their jobs and it does not become an actual singular headline story? Again, the Inquirer hates me, but they have to cover me. They had to make that a story. Like when I left Eater, I took a buyout. I posted that on Instagram. I was like, hey, I took a buyout, y'all. It is what it is, right? Normal people would just go on with their lives and just be like, okay, he left. You know how many people leave the industry or change jobs and no one talks about it on that magnitude? Oh, but when I left, it was a whole story with my face. They felt like it needed to be in the newspaper. I am not a regular person. I'm a big fucking deal. And to people that think that I have a big ass ego for saying that, the stats are there. My wedding was in the New York Times. I'm sorry. My wedding was in the New York Times. People covered it. It is what it is. Justin Timberlake wrote a song about me and him having a Twitter beef. It got nominated for a Grammy. It was a Billboard Top 10 hit. I'm sorry, y'all. I talked about the Roots Picnic got banned. It changed the way the Roots Picnic operated a year later. I can't act like I'm everybody else because I'm not everybody else. And I don't think I'm better than anyone. Let's be clear. I'm not an elitist. I don't think I'm better than people. I just know that what I say matters and what I do carries weight. And some people will get annoyed, but they're talking about it. And they'll talk about what I'm saying right now, and it'll be a conversation because that's just how impact works. If it didn't matter, it wouldn't even be a conversation, would it now? But it is. And so I have learned over the years that rather than debate and get upset about the level of attention I get on things, I just have to learn how to navigate it. And I've learned how to navigate it well, actually, because I've been thrust in the spotlight at a very young age. Like, I've been in the spotlight for a long time. Like, what's funny is the Justin Timberlake situation, when it first started, was actually 10 years ago this year. Like, this summer, June of 2016 was when that whole thing happened between Justin Timberlake and I. And while some people might say that's a fluke, it wasn't, because other things in my life has transpired that has kept me in the conversation beyond that. Even before that, to be honest. But again, I say all to say that when you are someone of public attention and impact, you're going to be held to a different standard. And, one could say rightfully so. So Jay-Z is that person. And when Jay-Z decided to collaborate with Target, it mattered. It said something about where we were in this moment. And fans and the public, rightfully, there was backlash. Because how dare you? How dare you? How many times is Jay-Z going to do this? Jay-Z did it with Blarney, Occupy, the streets, he said. Or whatever he was trying to say. And yet there was critiques about that. Then there was, of course, the NFL, which is, quite frankly, for me, the moment when I was over him, when he was all this, we're done marching. Oh, okay. Cute. He said that before 2020. And then what happened? We were back marching. And where was he? Huh. So, there are people that will talk about all the invisible ways Jay-Z helps the community. And I'm not here to count this man's dollars as well on how much he helps the community or not. But what I will say is that it is very telling how often this man is always allowing himself to be exploited in the name of community. And I just don't think Jay-Z gives a fuck as much as people would like him to. I think that he does carry a lot of influence, but I also think that he is somebody who is going to center himself and his own desires above other people. And this might be very low, but it's a fact. When you're somebody who celebrates selling drugs and living a world where you were poisoning your community for hustle, and you look at that as a source of inspiration to continue to exploit and degenerate your community years later, it kind of goes full circle. Because in many ways, the way in which this man has lived his life, is it a byproduct of a failed American system? Sure. But it's also the way in which he has celebrated that reality and has also treated it as a mark of power. It's also like, what are we celebrating? And do we understand the consequences of what those decisions have made to the people that he's afflicted? So this man has been exploiting his community for years in various ways. It started with drugs, but then it kind of evolves into other nefarious things. And we celebrate it because in some sense, his upward mobility is supposed to be a sense of the American dream and triumph. But it's also kind of not that way when you recognize that he is still doing the same things he's done, except he's doing it in a more, I think, more detrimental way. It's like, okay, you were selling crack on the corner, but now you're actually selling fascism. It's like another type of crack. Like, it's a deep conversation that nobody wants to have because they love Jay-Z, and I get it. But to a certain extent, it's like, have you not learned? Have you not learned the consequences of pushing poison out? Have you not learned that, I guess, the stakes are higher? You're doing the same trade, except you're doing it at a higher level with bigger figures. Whether it's yourself being named in the Epstein files as being the person that they can use to pander, or whether it's finding yourself alongside Harvey Weinstein after the allegations, mind you, or, I don't know, having dinners with the Kushners. I mean, it's very telling, like, the type of affiliations. And, of course, we idolize these people in a way that creates 1,000 excuses for the fuckery. And I just don't understand the patterns that we all see and recognize that two things can be true. This man can rap his ass off, but he's also a moral piece of shit that has no ethical spine whatsoever and will always pimp his fucking community out for whatever dollar and dime and access of power that he desires. And so the question becomes with Jay-Z, do you want to be pimped by a white man? Or do you want to be pimped by a black man? Or is it just black excellence when you're pimped by a black man because we've wanted so long to have black pimps in the economy in Wall Street? And let me be very clear, because I know some people are going to go here with this. Jay-Z is not the richest man in the world, not the most powerful man in the world. And while Jeff Bezos is out there doing what he's doing and Elon Musk is doing it far worse, I just want to say that if we're going to call it black excellence and celebrate it as such, please understand the disgustingness of what we're celebrating, what we're putting on a pedestal. And if we call this aspirational, then this is not going to be the aspiration that I aspire to. And maybe, once again, we should reevaluate, is Jay-Z's imprint in society, in the culture at this point, aspirational, or is it a tragedy that we should all study not to be? I rest my case. I rest my case on it. Y'all do what y'all want to do with it, but we move on. So Olivia Rodrigo's new album is #1 on the Billboard charts. It is outselling Drake's first album. Drake's as a solo artist, he had the highest selling album of the year thus far as debuted. Olivia Rodrigo has outsold him with her album, You Sound Pretty Sad for... It's a long ass title. I want to say the title right. I've been listening to the album, but it just it's such a long ass title, and I don't want to butcher it. But I do like it though. I like her new album though. You Seem Pretty Sad for a Girl So in Love. Yes, it's long. It's like 10 letters. 13 tracks though, which I can appreciate. It's not a super long album. It's her third consecutive #1 album. The reviews have been good. I definitely think it's an album of the year contender, like I've said before. And she's doing her big one. I know Drake fans did not think that this would be the album that would quickly surpass his sales, but here we are. I also want to add this interesting tidbit. Taylor Swift's song, which went #1, she is now the third. She has 15 #1s, which now makes her the third highest scoring artist with #1s. As you all know, the Beatles have the most of all time with 21, I believe. 21. I think the Beatles have 21 #1 hits. Of course, Mariah Carey has the most of all time. 19 #1s. Taylor Swift has 15 #1s. She's now surpassed Drake, Rihanna. They were having a 3-way tie. Drake and Rihanna have 14 #1 hits. Taylor Swift has 15. Mariah has 19. So Mariah has 19. She has 19 #1s. The Beatles have the most of all time. The Beatles have 20. Mariah has 19. So if Mariah can get another #1 in her, which is getting harder to believe. I don't know if she can. I don't know. She could tie the Beatles. But I don't know. Taylor Swift is on a run. I think there's a chance that in our lifetime, Taylor Swift might surpass Mariah and the Beatles. But because she has 15, she only needs 5 more to tie with the Beatles. And I don't know. I don't know if she'll do. I mean, I think if anybody could do it, it could be her. I mean, all she got to do is drop 2 more albums. And if she stays as popular, she could pull it off. I don't know if Mariah has another #1 in her. She just dropped another album. It didn't land in the #1 hits or anything like that. I don't know if she has another one in her. I mean, the Beatles are dead, so they're done. I mean, I think Drake is going to plateau fast. I don't think he's going to get another #1. He might get another #1 somewhere, but I don't think he's going to get there. I think Drake, his star power is there. Rihanna could have easily surpassed everybody. I mean, Rihanna was already light years ahead. And the fact that she took this long-ass break, and, I mean, if she doesn't want to do, I mean, I guess she's over music. I don't know. But she could easily jump back out and pull something there. If she give us another album, I could see her pulling it out of her. It could really get ahead, but I don't know. It's just going to be tough. And then before I move on, Tay Keith, the producer who produced so many great artists, Sexy Red. She's made some songs for Drake, but her Sexy Red production credits, I mean, Get It Sexy was like a summer bop a couple years ago. He did a lot of songs. I love a lot of songs that he do. He's dead. 29 years old. He was found dead in Nashville. No one's saying there's any foul play, but there's also been some conversation that he had a legal situation. This all was happening in the midst of his legal battles with Sexy Red over getting paid and getting credit, getting paid for his music with her. And now that's all up in the air. What a tragedy. What a tragedy. Grammy nominated. He had a bright future ahead of him. What just a very Take Heath for those who listen to rap in the modern era. I mean, you got Metro Boomin, Take Heath, of course, um, Mustard, DJ Mustard. Um, yeah, he was just a promising producer, just lots of talent. Yeah, it's very sad. Just keep living, people. Just keep living. So TV, I'm not watching Love Island. So stop asking me about it, y'all. I don't know why. I don't know. I guess I get new listeners, but people are like, what do you think about Love Island? I don't watch Love Island. I haven't watched it. Too hetero for me, too straight for me. I'm just not invested in those people. I'm just not. I don't know who Sierra or whoever. I don't keep up. I could be getting the wrong cast wrong. I don't know. I don't watch it. I don't. I don't find it interesting. My youngest brother watches it. Like, he had a whole watch party with his friends. They were all watching it. And like, he's 16, the baby of the group. I'm like, what are you doing watching what are you doing watching Love Island? What are you doing? But the kids, I guess this reminds me of me. Like, what was I watching when I was young like that? I was watching Flavor of Love. I had no business watching Flavor of Love at my age. So I guess that's like how he watches it, I suppose, with his friends. Because I used to watch Flavor of Love, okay? Religiously. Charm School, you couldn't tell me anything about Monique in Charm School. Those were great TV shows, full of energy. Yeah. They don't make it like that anymore. They don't make TV like that. But yeah, but TV. So speaking of relationships and love, I've been watching this show on Netflix called The Polygamist. Yes, I've been watching it. It's juicy. It's it's juicy. Is it Emmy award winning TV? No. Is it in a conversation for Emmy consideration? No. But it's a messy Black TV show with some interesting characters and an interesting storyline, and the ending, it's just great trash. It's a series. It's not reality TV. It's a actual original scripted programming. It's fun. It's interesting. It's silly. I enjoy it. I like it. It's a nice little summer escape. It's called The Polygamist, and it's on Netflix. And this upcoming week, Love and Hip Hop, the entire franchise will be done. Love and Hip Hop Miami was the final franchise of the final show of the Love and Hip Hop franchise. For those who keep up, it was New York, Atlanta, Hollywood, and then Miami. Well, Love and Hip Hop Atlanta wrapped up its entire series a couple of weeks ago. Miami was still running, but this upcoming week, Miami will finally end, which will finally end the entire Love and Hip Hop franchise. They'll be back in the fall with this limited series to like conclude everything, but they're no longer going to do their episodic programming like they have. It's the end of an era. And after over a decade of programming, it comes to an end. And I'm a little salty about it. I love and hip hop. I love the franchise. But I will admit it's time. And I'm going to savor every single minute of this episode. I'm going to watch all the compilations over the years and just have the nostalgia of it. But it's coming to an end. It's coming to an end. And I'm going to miss it so much. Well, this week's episode, this is the end of our podcast. This week's episode. I look forward to this week. Jamarcus' birthday is coming up. Well, he's 4th of Jamarcus, but we're celebrating early. The brothers and I are getting together later this week to go to a James Beard Award-winning restaurant. Can't wait to show all that. We're celebrating his birthday a little bit earlier as we get ready for Oh my goodness, we're going to be at the end of June very soon. Like this month was just starting. We're already 3 weeks into June. Where did time go? We're already about to start July? Like, what? But, time flies when you're having fun. What's coming up this week? I'm catching up with some friends. I got some dinners. I got some lunches. Like, I'm just enjoying it. Like, I've been really enjoying my summer. Going out, catching up, having some meaningful lunches, sitting down, talking big business. Some stuff is coming up. I got some announcements coming up. Y'all stay tuned. I got some big news. Not yet, but soon. And it's going to be epic. It's going to be really epic, actually. So, go Knicks. Sidebar, I hope that all the players of Knicks do not go see Trump. I just want to say that before I end this episode. Just as much as possible, fuck that owner, Dolan. He's trash. Stay black, stay blue, go Knicks, go Philly, a United City, a United Silly City. I'm just cracking up. I'm choking myself up. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. And as always, be well and be best. Ernestly Speaking is recorded in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and can be found on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. To stay up to date with the latest on the show, follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Mr. Ernest Owens. Use the hashtag Ernestly Speaking to tell me what you thought about this episode, and check out my website at ernestowens.com.